So, welcome everyone to the Women in Solar Energy webinar. My name is Hara Poravu, and I'm going to introduce the first of the speakers. I'm in the team of SolarHub project from CERT, from the Center for Research and Technology in Greece. And you can see I'm just setting the agenda of the events. So first of all, we will have an introduction of SolarHub project and of ERA-BV, the two collaborators for this webinar. So we will start with Hande. Hande is an interdisciplinary researcher with a background in industrial engineering, and she holds a PhD in science and technology policy studies from METU. She's also a project manager in SolarHub project and also contributing to gender and social and sciences issues in the CST for All project. So I will give the floor to Hande.
Hello, everyone. Do you see my screen at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Welcome. It's an honor and a delight to be hosting you all. This is an event, a joint event with ERA-BV, and we're very excited to be both celebrating and also informing of the events and the outcomes within the energy sector. My role today is to be introducing the SolarHub project in its general form in order to have a glimpse of how it contributes to solar energy research and applications. Now, all in all, the SolarHub project is a Greek and Turkish joint hub where the focus here is to enlarge and value 5 ecosystems that are part of countries. These 5 ecosystems include Thessaloniki and Athens in Greece, and Ankara, Istanbul, Izmir in Turkey. Now, these 5 ecosystems are large in itself with a lot of partners that are also contributing. Now, the focus here is to have an interaction among the 4 quadruple helix actors that are part of this important project. As you can see, the SolarHub project is among the most crowded and dense Excellence Hub projects, with 21 partners contributing to the work, and that is part of this commitment. Now, within this commitment, as you can see, we have these 5 different ecosystems, but they are not dispersed, or they don't have the same amount of emphasis for different actors altogether. As you can see, Ankara and Thessaloniki are more densely populated with different actors, but what we aim to do is to make sure that all 4 quadruple helix actors, which include society, industry, research, innovation, and societal actors, to work together to form certain implications, to form certain important outcomes for the project. Now, what are these outcomes, or what do we envision for these outcomes, are as follows. As you can see, we have in structure 5 different work packages that are part of our project, which entails both technology development within our work package 3 work package. We want to ensure that these strategies are long-lasting, with a policy outreach of these different technology implications. We want to ensure that there are proper capacities, including training, as well as the environment to support the activities of these technologies that we're developing. Now, this project is unique in itself that we are not just developing the technology, but we want to ensure that it is also commercializable within the markets that we target, especially the 5 ecosystems that we target. And in order to implement this, we have other sub-activities, including developing business plans, having an accelerator program to interact with different elements of the solar energy community. All in all, it is important that we consider all these elements in a whole in order to have an output that is meaningful and impactful. This is also, in fact, a certain issue, especially if we're talking about technology development. Now, when we talk about technology development and the technology readiness levels, one of the underlying problems, especially in commercialization, is not to have an overarching approach in regard to addressing certain economic dynamics, as well as not involving critical ecosystem players. As this session today is about diversity and inclusion, it is important to include certain aspects, especially not just as engineers or a certain discipline, but we may have social scientists, we may have basic scientists that are contributing to the technology adoption, as well as the technology awareness and acceptance within the technology in itself. Just to give a brief example of the different types of technology that we are using, we have 4 pre-designs in solar thermal technology as well as in PV. The first of which is pre-designed for a low temperature heat application. Our second pre-design is, in fact, to valorize food products within the output produced in farming and in agriculture. Our third and fourth design are based on PV installations, agri PV installations. The third is of which relates to a design for tree plants, whereas the fourth pre-design is most prominent for crops that are low-hanging, like tomatoes, cucumbers, as such. Now, all of these are designs are important, but as mentioned, we want to integrate a holistic approach within our project. So in this instance, I wanted to also draw attention to the important policy documents that we're also adhering to within our project in itself. Now, without looking and aligning to the requirements that are developing within the context of our work, it will be practically impossible to have the heightened impact that we're aiming for. So it is important that we both develop the technology, develop the market, develop opportunities to sustain the technologies through different policy works and different legislations through the different countries, and ensure that all of these aspects are up to par. Why is this important? Because we need to align our activities so that we have impactful results. Impact is important in regards to 3 elements that we have especially designed in our project. We want societal impact, we want scientific impact, as well as economic and technological impact, which is very important to emphasize the role of how we integrate the 4 quadruple helix attributes, how we integrate context, and how we integrate the diversity of actors that are present in our project. To mention of the powerhouse of our SolarHub team, as you can see, we are very lucky in the sense that we are in general, we don't have a gender dominance in SolarHub. It's around 50-50% in regards to the distribution of our dedicated team members that we have. As you can see, and as we have emphasized, there are different ways and different roles in regard to how we affect the policies or the different approaches in different aspects that we have. As you can see, I have also put the OECD gender gap report. Part of this report reflects the differences, especially in gender payments that are present. As you can see, Turkey and Greece are fairly under the par, which is good in regards to the differences of payment, but this does not imply that we're done or we need to do less altogether. It's all about a commitment and a culture that we cultivate in order to improve and substantiate what we need to be doing within our projects and within our work. I always say it is all about starting off with a simple unit that we have. This could be our team, this could be the task, work package, and especially our project. How does our project support this initiative altogether? By ensuring inclusiveness, by ensuring a work culture that aligns the priorities of the context that is working with, especially to the needs of its team members as well. I am proud to say that SolarHub is a very forward-thinking project in regards to looking at the future and shaping the future. My last note would be to summarize the following. We are very adamant to working for the requirements for our grants agreement. As we have mentioned, we have different responsibilities that we need to take into consideration, but this would not be unique, or this would not be of value without co-creation. When we talk about co-creation within SolarHub, it's about diversity of gender, it's about diversity of culture, it's about diversity of the different quadruple helix actors that are working together to make a difference and to make an impact. Again, this impact needs to be dedicated to fit the role, especially of the technologies that we're developing. We have solar thermal as well as PV technology that is important, especially in solar renewable energy technology. And lastly, but not least, we want to ensure that all our resources are used effectively in the best manner possible, because these resources are critical in implementation as well as value add altogether. Thank you so much for being here and or being part of making a difference to change our context, to change our culture, and to sustain good practices altogether. Please feel free to reach out to our project coordinator, dear Professor Dr. Derek Baker, or me for any further questions. Thank you so much, and wishing for a fruitful session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hande. So following, we will have a second presentation from the second collaboration of this webinar, ERA PV. So we will have Ivona Kafetsiska, if I'm right, who holds a PhD from Helmholtz Zentrum, and she's right now the ERA PV subprogram for tandem and multi-junction PV leader. So Ivona, if you can hear us, I give the floor to you.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so let's see first how the sharing on my screen will go. So just let me know when you see my slides.
Okay, perfect. We can see.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so good morning, everyone. As it was mentioned, I'm Ivona Kafedziska. I'm currently employed at the Helmholtz Zentrum Berlin for Materials and Energy Research. And as part of my work there, I'm also a representative at the European Energy Research Alliance, specifically in the joint program on photovoltaics. And today I would like to guide you a little bit like who or what ERA is as an organization, and also what we do a little bit into the PV joint subprogram. Okay, so let's see a little bit. So firstly, ERA is the largest energy research community in Europe. It was established or formed in 2008 as a membership-based and non-profit organization with the mission to catalyze European energy research to achieve a climate-neutral society by 2050. specifically, of course, with the focus of the society in Europe. One of our main visions, or one of the main visions of the European Energy and Research Alliance, is to become the EU's privileged energy research authority. And the idea to achieve that is to attract as many research organizations in Europe to join and to become members of ERA. So when we say research organizations, we are welcoming all sorts of research institutes, but also universities. So we are trying to gather the most outstanding research and innovation players in the continent. Therefore, we are coordinating, or ERA is coordinating, 250 research organizations and universities across 30 countries in Europe. Its research activities are organized into 18 European joint research programs and a transition expert group. So the joint research programs vary across different topics, different umbrella topics also set. Two of them are specifically focusing on materials specifically relevant or interesting for energy applications. Then the most common topic is, of course, low carbon technologies, or as some of you also might know them as renewable energies or renewable energy technologies. So here we cover all renewable or all low carbon technologies do have their joint research program in ERA, and they work as, in a way, independent joint research programs. However, all of these 18 joint research programs are united under the general European Energy Research Alliance. And finally, 6 of the research areas are systemic. So finally, the formal research pillar for the functioning of the ERA is the SET plan, or as some of you know it as the European Commission Strategy Energy Transition Plan. And this plan is basically what motivates us, or what guides us and inspires us when we are doing our work. So how does actually working or being at ERA look like, or what does ERA do and have as community activities? So here on the very right, you do see the joint program dedicated meetings, and most of the members and most of the people and institutes will actually be involved here the most. So for example, me, as being part of the joint program on photovoltaics, I'm actually spending most of my ERA time in here. So there are around 50 meetings exclusive for the joint programs, such as like steering committees or management board meetings, and varying people join varying of these meetings. However, ERA as a whole has a lot of other activities that it has. So for example, it has formal meetings. 2 of them are so-called executive committee meetings, 8 management committee meetings, and then there is 1 annual strategy meetings where all of the coordinators of ERA are also going. Then we are having thematic workshops. These can be either as a synergy among different joint programs, or they can be dedicated and specific to one joint program. Then we have brokerage events. These are open to the whole community, and their main goal is to identify collaboration opportunities. Then we have also communications working groups. These are organized quarterly to brainstorm and learn from each other on all related topics to communication. So this, of course, includes either internal or external communication. How do we bring ERA activities closer to the public? How do we communicate with the public? How do we structure our work, and so on? Then we also have a policy working group. So this working group organizes monthly meetings where there are updates on recent policy developments and the work done by ERA. But when we say policy developments, we do not really mean only something that is happening like internally in ERA, or the way that ERA impacts or affects any kind of policy developments, but also in general what's happening on on the European policy scene, and basically how this would impact the work that is being done at ERA by all of us. And finally, we also have the so-called policy briefings. These are monthly executive summaries on key policy topics. And of course, the policy working group and the policy briefings are in a way connected to one another. So when you summarize all of this together, this is what ERA as an organization is doing. But as I said, most of the people are and will be involved in the dedicated meetings for the respective joint programs. So speaking of the joint programs, let's look a little bit into them. What do we have? So as I already mentioned, we have 18 of them. 10 of them are on different energy topics. So for example, we have concentrated solar power, wind energy. Of course, we have the PV solar energy, which is where I'm involved. And I assume many of you also work in the PV solar sector. Then we have fuel cells and hydrogen, energy storage, advanced materials, carbon capture and storage, hydropower, ocean energy, geothermal energy, bioenergy, nuclear materials. Then we have also energy efficiency in industrial processes, also joint program on smart cities. Then you will apologize me, but I'm not really sure what these two abbreviations stand for. Actually, I didn't know these two joint programs until I looked into the whole overview of the joint programs. And then we have smart grids and then energy systems integration. So you can see a lot of focus on varying aspects of energy. And of course, let's look a little bit into the joint program on photovoltaic solar energy. So currently the group or the joint program is coordinated by Dr. Simon Phillips, who is at Fraunhofer ISA or the Fraunhofer Institute for Solar Energy Systems in Freiburg in Germany. And then we have also Professor Dr. Ivan Gordon, who is at IMEC and at TU Delft, and IMEC is in Belgium. So the objective of the joint program of the photovoltaic solar energy program is to accelerate the development of the PV solar energy to help reach the European climate goals and to support a climate neutral society by 2050. So in a way, very similar to the overall objective of ERA, but of course here with the special focus of what can we actually do in the PV sector to address climate neutrality. Main focuses, or some of the focuses, but these do not exclude other focus areas, are cost reduction of PV systems through enhancement of performance, development of low-cost PV systems or PV parts, high throughput manufacturing processes, and of course, improvement of lifetime and reliability of PV systems and components. But for example, lately we are also looking into other aspects of PV. So for example, more social oriented aspects, or a little bit more into like upcoming and new technologies, and basically anything from like the tiniest part in the cell all the way to social acceptance. So ERA is interested in all of these topics when it comes to the PV sector. How are then these overarching activities or topics? How do we organize them? They are organized in 8 specific sub-programs. So the first one is, of course, on silicon PV as the main and dominating PV technology still on the market. Then we have the next sub-program, which is perovskite photovoltaics. So as you know, perovskite has really grown over the past couple of years and have caught the attention of many research institutes, but also industry. So we are now on the verge where perovskites might be entering actually the market. So of course, this raises the question, how can we further the research on this technology so that we can actually aim its market penetration? Then the next sub-program is all other thin film PV. So this means that like everything else that it's not perovskite. So for example, castorites or CIGS, and things like that. Then we have the sub-program on tandem and multi-junction PV. So this is the program that I'm coordinating. Lately, also due to the growth and interest in perovskite PV, a lot of the work in this sub-program has been focused on perovskite-based tandems, but this does not include any other tandems that we might have people interested in working. So as long as we have a research institute that is working on other multi-junction or tandem PV, they're of course more than welcome to join this sub-program. Then the fifth one relies or looks into lifetime reliability and sustainability of PV systems. The sixth one looks into integrated PV. So the most common example would be, of course, building integrated PV, but we are looking also into, let's say, vehicle integrated or even textile integrated PV. As a seventh sub-program, we have the smart energy system integration of PV. And finally, as I mentioned, we also have the socioeconomic aspects of PV. The eighth group, I think, especially is growing in interest. And I'm also very happy that we have here Pinar today, who is like very active in this group. So my thanks to her excellent work in this.
Thank you so much, Ivana.
You're welcome. Thank you. And then, of course, we have just a small overview of our members. Some of the logos you probably know. Yeah, so very prominent and different research institutes and universities in across Europe. So this is where I'm working. This is the Helmholtz-Zentrum Berlin. And of course, there are also, here we have Austria, or for example, we have also other institutes here in Germany. We have TNO, here we have some of the universities in Italy. And yeah, as you can see, it's a really, really big network, and we are really all very excited to work in EuroPV and to collaborate with all of these amazing institutes and universities. And briefly, I would like to actually mention the strategic and research innovation agenda. Actually, later on today, I have a talk and I will tell you a little bit more about it because it's a very interesting and very important work. But this is actually, just to mention, in the framework of EuroPV. This is a collaboration that EuroPV has with the European Technology and Innovation Platform for Photovoltaics. And it basically focuses on creating a strategic research and innovation agenda on PV that it's afterwards sent to the European Commission. And the European Commission uses this document in a way as a guidance when producing, for example, the Horizon calls that later on become funded research projects in Europe. So this one can also be seen as an implementation plan for PV of the set plan, and the fact that this set plan is modified based on this strategic research and innovation agenda. And of course, one very important point that we like making is that it is rebuilding the strategic value chain for PV by exploiting Europe's technological leadership. By working on this strategic and research innovation agenda, we have people active in research, of course, because we have ERA being active, but we also have industry participants or industry people working and assisting in the creation of this agenda, and they are mostly involved in the European Technology and Innovation Platform, for which I will talk a little bit later today. Finally, a little bit about activities. We have all sorts of brokerage events for European calls, matchmaking sessions where the institutes can come together and decide if they want to create a joint consortium for a given Horizon call. We have also the formal meetings, which I mentioned when I was showing the activities within ERA. These are usually steering committee and management board meetings. And finally, we have all sorts of thematic workshops that are either organized by EuroPV or are supported by EuroPV. So, for example, one of the last workshops that we organized was last year in November, if I'm not mistaken, in Brussels, was the Become PV workshop that it looked at different aspects of perovskite PV photovoltaics. Perovskite PV. And finally, here there is like a small flow chart of how to become an ERA member, but I think actually I'm reaching the limit of my time. But if anyone is interested in becoming an ERA member, if you're active into any kind of a research organization, please feel free to reach out and I can explain you a little bit how the process looks like, or you can also always reach out to Martina or even Gordon or Simon Phillips. So just feel free to see whether joining EuroPV is something that you would be interested in. Yeah, and with this, I would like to thank you for your attention. I'm not sure if questions are welcomed, but maybe later on when there is some discussions, we can talk also a little bit about ERA. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivona. Very interesting, and let's hope for new collaborations in the future based on that. So, moving on from the introductory session, we are going to have two presentations on gender and women in STEM. First presentation comes from Professor Umut Bespinar. She is professor and vice chair in Metu University, and she's also teaching right now gender and women studies. Umut, I give the floor to you. You can start.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Right now, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I am very excited to be discussing STEM and gender equality with you today as a part of this project. Thank you very much. I hope we have a very productive meeting together. I will first focus on discuss the gender equality, the definition of STEM, very brief historical development and the significance of STEM, and then I will mainly focus on gender equality in STEM area. Okay, let's start. Okay, first of all, the gender equality as a concept, it's a very important issue, and there are many definitions of it.
Umut, I can still see the first slide, and it's not on the presenter mode.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You should probably share the whole screen and not just the presentation. This usually corrects the
I'm
problem.
going to check again. I'm sorry, give me only 1 second. Stop sharing first and then share the entire screen.
Maybe the whole screen would be a good idea.
When I choose the entire screen, I'm seeing this screen. Therefore, it's not working in that way. Right now, is it showing the?
Yeah.
Are you seeing the same slide? No,
it's not in the slide mode, but it's fine, I guess.
No, I can do this if you want, and we can try. I changed the slide.
Yeah, we can.
Yes,
I can
the
see
slides change, but it's not in the presenter mode, but we can see your slides.
We can see it, no worries.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So I will. Okay. So gender equality as a concept, it's a very important concept for the equal visibility, empowerment, responsibility, and participation. And I'm using the definition of Council of Europe Gender Equality Strategy 18 and 23. The document gender equality entails equal rights for women and men, girls and boys, as well as the same visibility, empowerment, responsibility, and participation in all spheres of public and private life. It also implies equal access to and distribution of resources between women and men. So as you can see in this definition, there are many concepts such as equality, visibility, empowerment, responsibility, participation, public and private life. So all of these issues, actually, they are very crucial. And there are the aspects, there are different dimensions of the equality. Therefore, today we are going to, although we are going to focus on STEM, but we are going to refer to these different concepts together. And as a starting point, let me share my position with you. I believe that all institutions, they are gendered, and gender-based citizenship, especially this is a concept which is developed by Wolby, Lister, and then Sumer. use it as in the academy, in the research area, academy as a gender-based organization. So there are three dimensions of gender-based citizenship. The first one is membership. So the rights and responsibilities, and we have direct, indirect, and sometimes multiple discriminations in terms of membership. The second dimension of gender-based citizenship, it is recognition and respect. So ensuring voices are heard and visibility is maintained. Especially this one is very crucial for us when we are talking about diversity. And the third one is belonging. So fostering a sense of belonging. Again, this one, it is connected to the discriminatory practices. Actually, they are treating belonging aspect of the gender-based citizenship. So when we are looking at different institutions, families, for example, or some other social institutions, education institutions, workplaces, they are actually gender-based organizations. It means that they are mainly founded on male superiority and male ideals and norms. And there is a very actually well-established literature on this topic, as John Ecker's studies on male norms and male ideals, especially abled male norms and male ideals. They are establishing the male norms in these institutions. After this very brief start about gender equality and gendered institutions, let's look at what is STEM. So all of us, we know, but it's only a kind of introductory slide. So it stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and specific meaning can vary depending on context. For example, in certain places, the medicine also can be included as a part of science in certain countries. There is a historical background. We are going to talk more about historical background, but it is first introduced by US National Science Foundation in 2001 as a concept, and it emphasized the innovation, economic growth, and workforce development. Another very important issue when we are talking about STEM is multidisciplinary nature. It is an expanded interpretations in both education and professional settings. At least education and workplace professional settings, these are two main institutions that we need to include when we are talking about STEM area. And it also underscores interconnectedness among STEM disciplines, different STEM disciplines. When we look at different historical developments behind STEM, as I have already said, the concept, it was popularized, the term, around 2001 to spotlight the necessity for increased support and reform in these areas, in these fields. And especially the main idea behind this, it was to maintain economic supremacy and address emerging global challenges. And at the same time, in Europe, the Lisbon strategy was adopted in 2000 and to make the European Union the most competitive and dynamic knowledge-based economy. So the term, it was not used in Europe at that time, but the similar goals of improving research, development, and education to drive innovation, it was actually used, it was a kind of adapted in the beginning of 2000s. So we are talking about parallel developments here, historical developments. In European context, we see that there are objectives around the same time, and STEM gained traction across Europe, aligning with ongoing policies to enhance science and technology education. Okay, when we look at these historical developments, what we see actually, there are some common priorities that we need to underline. The first one is increasing focus on national competitiveness and economic growth in order to be competitive, especially in economy, and a global shift in technology and industry. It is very, very important in the background. Advanced economies, they began pivoting toward high-tech sectors like biotechnology, information technology. Sustaining leadership required a workforce with strong foundations, with strong capacity in scientific and technical knowledge. The second one is the response to educational gaps. Actually, there were certain concerns about students' performances and the gap between the market demands and education institutions' supply. Therefore, actually, at that time, the response to educational gaps, it was underlined, and the grouping science, technology, engineering, and mathematics under one acronym helped focus attention and founding on improving curriculum design, teacher training, and student engagement in these areas. And another very important dimension, issue that we need to underline in this historical development, it is the growing workforce demands, especially industry needing more STEM professionals in tech-driven sectors and qualified workforce. These were also very important issues that we need to underline: innovation and research, and growing demand for the innovation and research area. What is the significance of STEM areas today? Because I believe there is an increasing significance of STEM areas, and behind this there are the economic developments, global competitiveness that we have already mentioned, changing labor market needs, Industry 4.0 automation, increasing demand for STEM skills, coding, data science, cybersecurity, due to digitalization and technological development, AI, big data, green economy, sustainable development, climate change, global warming, all of them, they are actually connected to STEM fields, and there's an increasing demand for STEM. Advances in health technologies, especially after COVID-19, biotechnology, medical artificial intelligence, remote treatment, again after the pandemic, and satellite technologies in space tourism, all of these issues that are in the agenda of the especially developed economies and developing economies, these issues started to become very important. Education policies, increasing importance of interdisciplinary studies, creativity, problem-solving skills, and critical thinking. So all these different dimensions, they are increasing the significance of STEM areas. When we are looking at recent trends, there is this theme. It is one of the recent trends that we see: integration of the arts to foster creativity, because art can be a very important dimension which can encourage creativity and innovation. And another one, it is there is a ongoing focus on and it's also a much more recent trend on problem solving, collaboration, digital literacy. And the third one, and we are here as a part of this third recent trend, diversity and inclusion. In STEM area, there is an increasing focus on diversity and inclusion, especially efforts to broaden participation, leading to more innovative solutions. They are underlined. So especially here, STEM focus initiatives, they try to reach traditionally underrepresented groups, such as women, minorities, in order to diversify and strengthen the talent pool, although this remains an ongoing challenge, and it's a very important issue, and today we are mainly focusing on the last issue. Okay, all the illustration, first of all, let me tell you this. They are illustrated by Jose Faustino Villa. And we are ready to talk about gender inequalities in STEM. So despite different progress, there are serious gender inequalities. They are persisting in 3 subfields. When we are talking about STEM, there is STEM education, STEM employment, and digital technologies. They are also a part of STEM. So here we can, at the same time, although these inequalities, they are persistent, at the same time, we are seeing an increasing awareness, especially from right-based and gender-focused NGOs, professional chambers, and trade unions and research institutions. Therefore, actually, although there are persistent inequalities, but there is an increasing attempt to focus on them and to fight against these inequalities. So growing efforts to combat systemic inequalities. Why is an inclusive approach necessary? Because we know that there are many reasons behind this. We know that actually research consistently shows diverse teams, including different genders, ethnicities, disciplines, they tend to produce more creative and innovative solutions. Another thing which is quite important, actually, when perspectives, they are broadened, blind spots, they are minimized. We don't see the emergence of the blind spots, leading to more holistic and impactful outcomes. What else? It will prevent bias, including especially women and other minorities in the conceptualization, design, and evaluation phases. It will help us to minimize biases that can potentially harm or exclude certain groups. It will definitely address gender needs. It's also very important, and we know there is an ongoing debate in technology. Technologies, they are developed without women's input. They can reflect unintended biases leading to products and policies that fail to consider women's needs. Especially in medicine, we see there is an ongoing debate on this issue. Ensures equity and ethics. Full participation guarantees definitely new innovations. They are more equitable, ethical, and broadly beneficial for everyone. Okay, so to highlight barriers limiting gender equality in STEM area, first of all, where are we? This is a good question, because in order to fight against the inequalities, first of all, we need to know the barriers and we need to know the situation that we are embedded in. So we need to identify systemic obstacles. Gender inequalities in science, technology, they do not occur in vacuum. They stem from systemic issues such as social stereotypes, uneven access to education, structural biases in hiring and promotion. Another issue that we need to underline, it is we need to address cultural and institutional norms. In many cultures, traditional driven norms, they can still steer women or other minority groups away from technical fields. So institutional policies and work environments, they are very crucial here. They need to welcome to minority groups, but right now most of them, they are welcoming different minority groups. Another thing which is important, we need to have the first step in order to have this meaningful change is to recognize these institutional factors, or is to recognize these barriers. So then we will be able to build much more comprehensive understanding. Therefore, we can focus on the relative impact of different factors like gender bias in peer review, pay gaps, lack of mentors that we are going to talk today. And the knowledge is very important, as all of we know. With this knowledge, decision makers, they can allocate resources more effectively and craft targeted interventions. But first of all, we need to know where are we. And then the reasons for women's representation in STEM, there are many of them, but I grouped 6, the most important ones. The first one is prevailing stereotypes and norms. Usually STEM disciplines, they are seen as competitive and socially isolating. And this assumption creates another assumption requiring intense dedication and inward focus. And because of the dominant social norms and stereotypes, these characteristics, they are linked to men. And there is a widespread assumption that men are better suited to these fields. This is a very, unfortunately, very dominant stereotype. Another one is gender-based attitudes in educational settings. The ways in which female students, they are treated, girls and young women, both in and outside the classroom, along with biases, influence the gender stereotypes. And they are significantly impact the willingness to continue studying STEM subjects. We are going to come back to this issue when we are talking about the dropout rates among women students. Lack of female role models, it's another very important reason. The scarcity of prominent women in STEM means younger women, they have fewer examples to inspire and guide them. So this shortage, it can definitely negatively affect women, young girls or young women from pursuing similar career paths. Historical male dominance, which is connected to the previous ones, in many societies actually, the STEM fields, they are historically seen as educational and professional domains that are reserved for men. Therefore, actually, women, they have been restricted, they will have restricted access, or their presence or growth in these areas, they cannot be encouraged. Marginalization in the workplace, beyond underrepresentation, we know that women in male-dominated environments, they can experience social exclusion or alienation, which can discourage them from remaining in these positions. And at the same time, this is something broader, but I put here the domestic and care responsibilities, cultural expectations around household and caregiving duties. They place additional burdens on women, making it much more challenging, and especially to excel and advance to compete in STEM areas. Okay, when we are looking at all these issues, we can also look at some data which shows us where are we and in which position we are. So in the global STEM gender gap, we can talk about persistent gender gap in STEM representation worldwide. Women make up only 29.2% of STEM workforce, and although almost 50% of female representations in non-STEM professions. Another study, you can see the sources in the last part of the slide. The studies, they show that although the STEM area, it's a male-dominated sector in all stages of the professional development, with women facing a greater probability of working part-time, taking a break from their careers, or even resigning. So it is a very important issue, and it's underlined by Botella and others. And women currently, they hold 21% of high executive positions, and only 13% of the highest positions. So definitely glass ceiling effect is a very important issue in STEM areas for women. And of all ICT patents, 88% have been registered by male teams, and all male teams. This is also something very important, all male teams. And the gender pay gap is a reality, with women being paid from 18 to 22 less than men. So these are showing us the main problems that we should address in STEM area. There are too many things here. I hope you can see. The women, usually they are working in technological sectors and find several barriers. For example, 48% of them found that there was a lack of mentors during professional career. So it is a very important issue, the lack of mentors. Again, 42% they thought that there was a lack of female role model. So not only mentor, but also role models. 39% experienced gender bias in the workplace. 36% point out that they had unequal growth opportunities. So especially training in the workplace is a very important issue. And usually women, they are seen as not very, let's say, investable, or not very a kind of disposable workers. And the employers, they want to invest on men. 25% indicated that there was a gender pay gap for the same skills. 33% thought that it was due to role models, the problems that they experience because of the role models. ICT was perceived as male-dominated field. There was a lack of balance between work and personal life, and it's a very important issue. And most of us from these project, we also mention about this as a problem, the lack of balance between work and personal life. And there was not strong support and encouragement from educational institutions. This is also another very important issue, which is behind the underrepresentation of women in technology. Okay, so this is a kind of summary of the previous 4 slides. Underrepresentation of women, mostly pronounced in engineering and computer science, deepened by stereotypes framing STEM as masculine, gender bias in hiring and promotion, challenges with work-life balance, negative impact on women's career progression in STEM, and global awareness and interventions, curriculum reforms, increase access to female role models, emphasize on raising women's representation in STEM. They are very important, but at the same time, they are deeper sociocultural and psychological factors that remain unaddressed. So there are some strategies that are proposed. One of them is comprehensive strategies, first of all, that tackle root causes, not just numbers. It is very important. Laxona and Patriot, this is a very new research that they conducted, and they underline that we have multiple educational stage, not only higher education, but starting from early childhood. We need to target all different educational stages, because this is like a kind of domino effect. A problem in one stage affect the other stage. Focus on altering gender stereotypes to boost women's interest and self-efficacy. And focus on countries with pronounced gender disparities. They are all important, and we need to actually strengthen insights into sociocultural and policy-related challenges. I'm going to share with you some recent research which shows us how different, it is connected to the first line, how different actually stages they are very important, and how different institutions they are very important in order to fight against the inequalities in STEM area. First of all, there are some research which are showing us, Lloyd and et al., this is from Australia, they are showing us that parental influence, they are very important on STEM aspirations. So it's critical in shaping, in determining children's higher education and career aspirations in STEM. This is actually what they found. 90% of parents aspire for their children to attend university. It is a common goal, definitely, a goal of education. But at the same time, parental aspirations, they were higher for sons than for daughters. And even in supportive environments, girls receive less encouragement to pursue STEM. There is one of my students in her master thesis, she worked on this topic, and what she found, it was very parallel to Lloyd and Lloyd's colleagues' research. What she found, Ümmühan Söylemez, she found out that in Turkey also, especially families, they are not encouraging their daughters, parents, they are not encouraging their daughters for this kind of careers. This is important. I really wanted to share this research with you because it shows us the complexity of parental influences, and it also shows us there is need for school interventions to fight against this kind of gender stereotypes. Therefore, a good communication between parents and school, and definitely a much more gender egalitarian approach in both institutions, they are very crucial. Another research, it is coming from Spain. The results, they are very similar actually. Boys and students with mothers having intermediate education showed more interest in STEM architecture and technology. So they are also looking at demographies of mothers. And girls and students with highly educated Spanish-born mothers, they are much more, they tend to choose STEM health and experimental studies. Boys and STEM technology experience attach higher intrinsic values, while girls and those interested in experimental health fields attach lower extrinsic values. So actually, they are showing us that family and gender and family educational background also, they are shaping STEM career aspirations. Because of that, in the beginning of my presentation, I underlined all the institutions, they should be connected to each other, and we need to have much more holistic approach in order to have an egalitarian STEM field. So it starts from early childhood. Another research actually showing us that they are not only in the higher education or in the high school era, we see all these gender inequalities, but the gender inequalities, they can be seen in the early childhood education, especially for, among preschool children. We can see how STEM-related interests and abilities, they can be nurtured from a young age, and the guidance can be very beneficial during primary and secondary education. Further, actually, it will encourage the equality. There is a new research, again from Erol and Can Beldek, and they look at the girls' engineering habits of mind. There are 6 dimensions: systems thinking, creativity, optimism, collaboration, communication, and ethical consideration. So they look at these 6 dimensions, and they also try to understand, they examine how early STEM education, they can be very successful in order to develop these engineering habits of mind. And they, at the end, actually, they underline the significance of early age education, early childhood education, in order to have this kind of mindset. So I'm going to skip this. Okay. Gender gap, especially in tertiary education, it was more examined compared to the early education. There is another very interesting research which shows us how enrollment disparity, influential factors, support systems, and career, they can be very important for young women, female students. Here, the female students, they have a lower probability of enrolling in STEM degrees compared to male students. And self-efficacy and secondary school STEM performance, they are very critical in shaping STEM degree choice. And women, young women are more likely to choose STEM when they are supported by family, school, and teachers. Again, the combination of all these institutions, they are very important here, how they should work together collaboratively in order to support system. Therefore, when we are mentioning about supportive systems, family, school, workplace, they should be together. And another interesting study that I want to share with you, this is women, they are more likely to drop the STEM major. First of all, they are more likely not to choose STEM areas, but when they choose STEM areas, they are more likely to drop. And this is a study conducted by Maria Switcomb and Singh, and they look at 10 years of institutional data from a large public university. And what they found out, women who dropped majors, there's an echo, earned higher. I can hear my own voice.
Yes, please everyone try to mute your phones.
I think it's Eleni's.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're done. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So women who dropped majors, they earn higher grades on average than men who dropped. This is a quite interesting finding, actually. And in some STEM majors, women who dropped, they had grades comparable to men who persisted. So these two findings, they are very important for us in order to understand why women they drop and what can we do actually in order to change this situation. Quantitative findings, they indicate a need to explore why students drop STEM majors. Maybe qualitative research also should be used in order to understand the motivations and in order to get much more deeper insights about the reasons of their dropping. And there are some suggestions developed by the scholars for creating more equal and inclusive learning environments. Definitely the enhancement of supportive systems, they are very crucial, and foster a stronger sense of belonging. Because of that, in the beginning of my presentation, I started with gendered citizenship, and belonging was one of the dimension of this citizenship understanding, gender citizenship understanding. So stronger sense of fitting, belonging for traditionally excluded groups, it's a very important issue. So improving equity and inclusion, it has the potential to help not only women but all students, and therefore actually there was they call for action, and they really to the implementation of strategies that support retention and success in STEM disciplines. Another interesting study, again, this is a new one, but it shows us that there are slow progress toward gender equality in STEM fields. STEM faculty positions remain largely unchanged for women, and numeric underrepresentation, it's an issue, it's a challenge. Stereotypes, they are still pervasive, negative stereotypes, they are still very common. Another dimension which is very important for us, the lack of supportive social networks, lower social capital restricts access to tenure and grant opportunities, especially all the role models, mentors, lack of role models, lack of mentors, they are related to this dimension. Another issue, chilly academic climates, usually the unwelcoming environments marked by harassment, discrimination, gender-biased cues, gender-biased culture, they are creating a sense of not belonging. Therefore, actually, in order to solve the problems that women face in these areas, there are some solutions that are proposed by the scholars. Recruitment initiatives, the role of the recruitment initiatives, they are underlined. The mentoring and networking, again, for the lack of supportive social networks, it is very crucial. And the improvement of the academic climate, not only educating a female faculty on gender bias, but also educating male faculty to be inclusive. It will be only the chance, it will only create a possibility to foster a more inclusive academic environment. Okay, when we are talking about gender issue, there are also some research which are showing us that there are very similar conditions in STEM areas for LGBTQ professionals. The career limitations and harassment, they are underlined. The professional devaluation, it is another very important problem that they face. Health and retention, health difficulties and higher intention to leave STEM, they are also very common. You can see some very brief information about the research. And although the education level, work effort, and job commitments, they were similar, all these differences, all these problems, they were experienced. Therefore, LGBTQ status, it is a significant excess of inequality in STEM. And the findings, they are showing us that there should be much more further research which underline the mechanisms and target the interventions. When we are talking about gender bias, it is not only in the tertiary education or high education or research area, it is also in STEM awards. We can see this. The Matthew effect, this is the established scientist receiving disproportionate recognition, and Matilda effect, women's contributions that are undervalued and sometimes that are invisible. So unequal distribution of research facilities and rewards, awards and prizes enhance the status of already renowned scientists. Usually there is an assumption in science. This is Mertonian universalism. The science, it is based on the ideal that personal attributes, they should not affect scientific evaluation. However, in reality, women's scientific achievements, they are less recognized than men's. And the research that is conducted by Lincoln and others, they look at 13 STEM disciplinary societies, and they check, what they found out, women's awards, they have increased over 2 decades, first of all. This is something hopeful. But still, men win more awards for scholarly research than expected based on nomination representation. And there are some unconscious biases affecting award evaluations, implicit bias, and committee influence. It should be underlined, the significant role of committee chairs in decision making. They also underline some solutions and some reasons behind that. First of all, the external social factors negatively impact women's science careers. External social factors, they will also include some stereotypes, very well established and powerful stereotypes. The ghettoization of women as achievement into women-only awards further marginalize their work, and persistent gender bias in STEM awards reinforce women's underrepresentation. This is like a kind of cycle. It will reinforces women's underrepresentation and calls for interventions to mitigate implicit bias and reform award process. It is very important, and as a solution, it is proposed. When we are talking about diversity and inclusiveness, not only gender, but also I have one slide for race and ethnicity, since it is also a very important issue. In STEM academic environments, not only gender, there are gender unequal treatment and policies, but for these academic environments, we can also feel exclusionary and isolating attitudes for underrepresented students from race and ethnic minorities. Especially Carter, Dueñas, and Mendoza's research, they are showing us that there are some historical and cultural factors which significantly contribute to the underrepresentation of these groups in STEM. And there should be transformation in disciplinary cultures to promote equality and equity exclusion. and targeted interventions, only they can improve inclusion and support for underrepresented groups. Another very interesting research conducted by Fonseca, as we have already discussed in Matilda effect, these paper acceptance and paper citations in STEM, they are showing us that there are some documented biases against women in both the workplace and academia, and women, they have higher rejection rates and lower citation counts when gender is identifiable. When the name, especially the first name, it is identifiable, the rejection rates, it will be higher and there will be lower citation counts. Women's papers, they are more likely to be rejected when author's gender is known. Women's work cited less frequently compared to men's, and implement a double-blind and for paper acceptance. But the researchers, Fonseca actually, she proposes we need to implement a double-blind review process. And another suggestion Fonseca develops is the usage of one single letter for author's first name, followed by their family names to reduce gender bias. In this way, we cannot understand if this paper is coming from a man or woman. And there are some future recommendations, further recommendations, explore additional modifications to address gender bias in STEM academia. And actually, we need to have some reforms in order to change this situation. And we need to have a broad research in order to see the effect of gender inequality in the paper acceptance and paper citation. Okay, after all these recent research findings, let's look at some best practices. One of them is coming from Botella's article. Botella and Botella's colleagues, they are looking at this UV working program. And in this working program, they found that the provision of institutional encouragement and support, the increase of the professional support network, promotion and support the leadership, and increase of the visibility of female role models, they are really working. They are making a difference. And I really wanted to share with you all these 4 dimensions, how they are connected to each other and how they are crucial in order to change the gender biased or gendered setting, research and work settings. Another best practice is coming from Girls for STEM project. It is from Benevent and her colleagues. The project includes Girls for STEM family talks and Girls for STEM professional talks and teacher training seminars. I really wanted to share this with you because it shows us how different institutions, like such as family and education institutions, school, they need to be collaborative in this issue, and they need to work together in this issue. And preliminary findings, they are showing us that self-perception and external perceptions significantly family and teachers influence STEM interest. And there is the limited public understanding of full range of STEM disciplines, and early intervention can boost girls' self-confidence and long-term participation in STEM. Therefore, this early intervention part, it is very crucial, and the approach which has a holistic understanding, which shows the collaboration between different institutions, it is also very crucial in order to solve the problems. Right now, I am almost at the end of my presentation. Let's look at the recommendations coming from all these different research. Inequalities, they are deeply embedded in various institutions, including family, education, and labor market research institutions. And parental expectations and support differ by gender and family background, affecting STEM career pathways. Schools, they should actively involve parents to challenge gender stereotypes, and tailored school and family-based interventions, they are very crucial to expand the range of STEM possibilities, both for all groups, we need to say, in order to provide inclusiveness and diversity. Equal treatment and supportive work policies, they are also very crucial. Flexible work options, equal pay for equal work, these are very important in order to make the working environment much more attractive and much more equal. Safe work environments, zero tolerance for harassment, zero tolerance for discrimination, they are also very important. Non-discriminatory policies and career advancement, inclusive recruitment and promotion, and proactive support for disadvantaged groups. They are underlined in this research, especially the actively supporting women and other disadvantaged groups in securing senior management and board positions, implementing quotas for these groups in across all decision making and governance levels. They are suggested in the recent studies in order to fight against these inequalities. As a conclusion, I would like to say the importance, underline again the importance of a holistic approach. Only a holistic approach, it can simultaneously transform multiple institutions. And only through this approach we can solve the problem. So institutional reflections in STEM inequalities, gender inequalities in STEM, it mirrors broader disparities in institutions like education, family education, and labor market. And we need to have a transformation. We need to transform workplace, research institutions, education institutions, and their cultures to foster equality and restructure all these institutions in a much more equitable manner. That's all. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you. I stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Umut. So I think we have a lot of time and we can have some questions from participants.
I don't know if I was able to raise my hand.
Yeah, we can see it. Go on.
Okay, good.
Yes, Pinar, you can go on.
Okay. As a social scientist in here, so I mean, I was just checking, and I know that there are like alternative definitions of STEM. So sometimes in the US, they were to include the social sciences as well. So I do have a different perspective as an outsider. I'm working with technical groups. I had a tendency to recognize, Umut, that so whenever we talk about like positive discrimination or I mean supporting the groups that we feel like discriminated in the market, and then you gave the proof in here, I actually had seen that it had some negative views coming from women scientists, and one of the comments, even in economics. So I remember like a couple of professors coming to me and said like, so we actually argued that we are equal to each other, and then you're saying like you're working against discrimination. Actually, you put us at a different stage, so it's totally against what we worked for years. So what do you think about this? Because I mean, this question comes to me all the time, and I feel like it's even more strict in technical sciences and maybe like STEM. So I would like to get your ideas there.
Right now, can you hear me? Yes. I think this is a very good question, because usually when I am presenting my work on STEM or discrimination, gender inequality and discriminations in workplace, this positive discrimination, it's a very common question. And usually not only men, but also women, they believe that positive discrimination, it is a kind of insult for them, because they really want to be equal in quotation. And this is a sign of inequality for many women. My position is we need to first of all underline the existing inequalities, structural inequalities. We are living in a historically unequal society, and the underrepresentation of women and other minorities in certain fields they are historically actually established. And in order to change the situation as a temporary policy, I want to underline this temporary policy. Positive discrimination is a very useful, and especially in the workplaces when we are talking about certain much more egalitarian societies, the 30% or 40% of workforce it can be allowed for women, and this is a very important starting point to change the situation for a while. I'm underlying for a while part. Otherwise, to fight against the structural inequalities and to change them in one day, it will not be possible. So as in my presentation, I tried to show you how the lack of mentors, the lack of the role models, they are very crucial for women's discouragement in the field. Therefore, to change the situation, but at the same time, to be able to give gender egalitarian, gender sensitive approach, the awareness about gender sensitivity, it should be very crucial, because when we have more women, it doesn't need that these women, they are for the well-being or for the encouragement of other women actually. So the mindset of the institution should be reorganized or changed in terms of the equality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Umut.
Thank you, Pinar. Any other questions from the participants? So I see two hands. You can go on. Hande?
Thank you for the presentation. As a maybe takeaway action item, I know several of our institutions have some ongoing activities in regard to gender equality and their gender equality plans. But for other institutions that want to take action as of today, where would we want to be starting to systemize this culture and to ensure that these practices are both effective and sustained? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. First of all, this is an attempt to increase gender-sensitive approach in this project. I believe this kind of occasions, they are very crucial in order to foster much more egalitarian framework. And all these, instead of a kind of aid and steer approach, we need to actually, from the beginning, we need to include egalitarian approach, and we need to encourage inclusiveness and diversity in all dimensions of our project. I believe it is very, very important. So thank you for this opportunity.
Do we have any other questions? I have one question to Umut. So, first of all, one comment about how important is to have a better education of the environment of women and to urge them to have a career in STEM, to follow a career in STEM. And it's very important because if, especially you talked about mothers in STEM and mothers of educating daughters and sons. So it means that more mothers need to be more educated, and it's like a circle. So this is just a comment. And the other thing was about the papers that you said that their first names or like women's names are first names in papers. So one of the solutions was to shorten the name or just get the first letter of the first name and just keep the family name. Is this an actual solution or we're just hiding the problem? Is it better to have a different solution, like being more accepting women and men by the reviewers and not hiding the women's names?
I think this is a very similar issue, as Pınar has already mentioned about. It's like a kind of positive discrimination. So for a while, maybe to hide the name can be a temporary solution, but I totally agree with you. It is not a real solution, and it will hide the other institutional problems. So because of that, in my presentation, I tried to show how all different institutions, they are related to each other. And we are talking about a very historically established problem, not a one, only to put one letter instead of your name. It will not solve the problem, definitely. Or unisex names, it will not solve the problem. So we need to see, we need to grasp the problem, first of all, see the scope of the problem in order to solve the problem. Therefore, all the different institutions and how they are established based on gender inequalities. First of all, we need to admit it in order to solve the problem. I totally agree with you, but it is a kind of temporary a kind of solution that they propose in order to change the urgent situation, because this is a problem that they underline, and in order to have a very rapid solution, they suggest this only one letter usage of the names.
I see. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from the participants? Yes. Okay. So we can probably continue with Vasya. I don't know if she can hear us because we are a bit before the
I can
schedule.
hear you. Hello,
Okay.
everyone.
Perfect. So Vasya will present the women in podcasts about STEM. She's a career coach and talent acquisition specialist dedicated to helping individuals achieve their professional goals. She has designed and delivered over 20 seminars, reaching more than 500 participants. And she's the creator of Her Academia podcast, which explores science through a feministic perspective. So, Vasya, we are ready to hear you.
Thank you, Hara, for the introduction. So it's nice meeting you all. Thank you for the invitation. It's so nice seeing you today. So I have a presentation that I would like to share. Okay, let me try.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect. Now it's also in
Okay.
presentation mode. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. So I would like to ask you some questions during my presentation. Hara, would you help me with that? Because I cannot see the chat right now.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So, hello again. My name is Vasya. I am a career coach and talent acquisition specialist.
Sorry
Yes?
to interrupt, but if you can remove this message that is on the bottom of your presentation here. Not,
Okay.
Not this one, the other one.
The other button, yes.
Yeah, you can just share again and
Apocalypse.
remove the, yeah, choose the apocalypse.
What message? Sorry, I didn't get it.
You have pushed the button that has unshared the presentation. You should push the other button. So share again, and
Okay.
as soon as you see it, press the apocalypse. Okay.
Oh, okay. Let me see. I'm sorry for that. Okay. Now? Is it okay now?
Yes.
Yes,
Only if you
just
can press
push apocryphy. Click apocryphy.
Oh,
Perfect.
That's perfect.
thank you so much for your help. Okay, then. So I'm a career coach and talent acquisition specialist. I have been working during the past 5 years as a freelance. So I collaborate with companies in projects such as career services. So I offer services such as CV creation, LinkedIn profile writing. I prepare candidates for interviews for many sectors, for science, technology, and other sectors in Greece, across levels, I would say. And I also collaborate with companies regarding some recruitment projects. So I search for personnel, for candidates. And yes, that's my work experience. During these years, I have designed and delivered many seminars during career fairs in collaboration with big companies in Greece, with NGOs. And I really love giving presentations. So I hope that this one will be interesting for you. So feel free to ask questions during this seminar. Also, I wanted to mention that I have a scientific background. I have studied biological applications and technology in the University of Ioannina here in Greece, and I have completed my master's degree in science, technology, and society issues. So during my master's degree, I explored the interdisciplinarity of sciences, and I really loved how we can combine sciences and discover some conclusions that come up from combining sciences. And I had, well, 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to attend a leadership course for gender equality, which is organized every year by the British Council. So I attended this course, and at the end, I had the opportunity to apply for a grant in order to design and implement an initiative that had to do with leadership. So I received the grant, and I created Her Academia podcast. Well, let's see. Her Academia is a podcast in Greek for now. I have an English episode that you can listen to, whoever doesn't know Greek. However, I'm planning also to publish some episodes in English. So, what is Her Academia? It's a project that has to do with presenting science from a feminist perspective. So I combined my studies. I come up with this project. So I love podcasts, so I decided that it could be a podcast. And this project has received funding from British Council, so a big thanks to them. You can check this program. Leadership for Gender Equality is really quite interesting, and they offer this funding, which can be really helpful for their micro grants for small initiatives, I would say. This grant was managed by Women on Top, which is now the WEN organization in Greece. It supports women with their professional development, and they have many initiatives to do this. So here on the right, you can see the logo of my podcast, scientists from all over the world. And I had some achievements until today. You can see my plays, my followers. So people from all over the world listen to my podcast, Greek-speaking people, until now. And here you can see some of my episodes. I keep an Instagram page at Her Academia Podcast. So during this project, I had the opportunity to participate as a speaker in some events, as like, for example, the Power of STEM Networking, a webinar in collaboration with NOL, an organization in Greece. And I had the honor to be a panel speaker at the WoW Athens Festival last year. So this project was a great opportunity to me to join communities in Greece. I had many career opportunities. So that's why I'm here today, because I would like to share with you this potential When you join communities, when you create your own projects, this has many benefits, and I will tell you more details in a while. Okay, here you can see some photos. On the left is the panel speech during the WoW Festival, and I had many participation in festivals. Okay, so let's start from the basics. Why building connection matters? So I think that you already know that during our professional development and our career growth, network is the key. So building meaningful connections really matters. How can we do this? So research shows that 28% of the STEM workforce are women and less hold the leadership roles. So women with strong professional networks are more likely to advance in their career. And this is true for everyone, right? When you have a strong network, then you can achieve many more things. And I'm telling you this also as a career coach, because I always tell this during seminars, that try to grow your network, your professional network. And of course, join communities in STEM, with women, international level, local level. There are many opportunities, and if you search, you will find. And if there isn't one for you, you can create one. So peer support and participation in such communities can improve our confidence, right? Sharing our experience, exchanging knowledge and skills can help us become better professionals. So peer groups have power. Also, there are mentoring initiatives. Probably most of you had a mentor during your life. So it's important to have not only one, but more mentors. And how can we achieve that? So the simplest way to do this is to ask for help from someone more experienced than you. You can ask, you don't have anything to lose. And if someone accepts to be your mentor, you can have some meetings when you can ask questions and ask for support from someone more experienced than you. Also, there are more official mentorship opportunities, maybe within a company, within a university, there may be some programs, but also there are some organizations that have mentoring programs where you can pay or you can have a scholarship, you can apply. There are many opportunities out there. So you can match with a mentor in your field and get the support that you need. These mentorship opportunities, of course, help us build confidence and visibility. So it's really, really important to grow our network. Okay, so I would like to ask you a question. What is your biggest challenge in building connections? Feel free to reply in the comments. And Hara, you could share with me some answers if there are any.
Mm-hmm.
I guess this question is mostly for women, right? Otherwise,
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Someone wanted to add something?
So maybe George can write down as well. I wonder what he was
Of
saying. If
course,
it's
of
different from
course.
us.
Please, everyone, feel free to answer this question, because I think that all of us have challenges with networking.
So I will start with some of the comments. First of all,
Okay.
is maybe to find the right people to get connected to.
Mm-hmm.
Second comment
Exactly.
is start communication is a big challenge.
Mm-hmm. Communication, finding the right people. Okay, great.
Differences in culture, overcoming biases, and finding the confidence to speak up. This is what was
Confidence.
my major issue also.
Mm-hmm.
Like the
Mm-hmm.
first step, the initiation.
Mm-hmm.
So we have one more comment. Maintain them in a meaningful way. Maintaining networks and connections.
Great. Okay, thank you so much, Hara. So the first thing, first challenge is to find the right people, right? So we need to do some research to see, do we have communities in our city, in our country, maybe more international? We can use tools such as LinkedIn. We will see LinkedIn in a while too. Then, after finding these networks, we need confidence, as you mentioned, and communication skills, right? Because we need to approach professionals and to have the confidence to ask for help. And as I told you before, you have nothing to lose, nothing. What's the worst thing that can happen? They might not answer to you. Okay, then you can continue. And then when you find and you have the confidence to ask, then you should develop and maintain this relationship. So it's important to try and maintain this long-term relationship with mentors and colleagues, other people from your field, right? And try to give and take, to exchange knowledge during this process. Because you may ask now for support, but in the future you can also offer for now. And I have another question. Have you ever thought about starting your own project? And if you did, what, or if you're thinking about it, what is the biggest challenge with this one? It could be any project, like a podcast or a blog, or trying to have a LinkedIn page updated and sharing content, start your own organization, whatever. Please share if you have something to share.
So I'm starting with my comment.
Yeah.
Where do I start from? Am I capable of doing it successfully? Will I fail or will I succeed? And Natalia adds the biggest challenge is to find a good team.
Okay. Thank you.
Pinar says that she doubts herself a lot, and Derek says that focusing and not becoming spread too thin. To build a solid and convincing case to present it comes from George.
Present a solid case, yes, of course.
And we have one more comment. Not getting lost in admin and financial issues and not actually doing the project.
That's a nice one. Yes, admin and financial.
So we have two more comments. How to find a way that I won't do the whole job myself. And idea and vision to act forward.
Okay, so we need an idea too. Great. Thank you for sharing, Hara. Feel free to add anything else if it comes up. So, probably many of you have already thought of starting your own project. The first thing to decide is the idea and what it could be. And after that, we have to think about the challenges that we may face. Okay. So there was a research from that Harvard Business School published that it said that women are more likely than men to lowball their own abilities, to underestimate, and they discount positive feedback when they receive it. So these are facts, and it's really important to have women empowerment initiatives, to have access to mentorship, to communities, in order to have to try and build the confidence. So we need support on this and programs. And I will share with you later some programs that we can check. Well, before discussing our own projects, let's see some practical tips that will help us achieve our goals. The first one is to build our profiles, our social media profiles. I think the most important here is LinkedIn, the professional network. If you don't have yet, please go and create a profile and connect with me. So you should treat LinkedIn or any other social media platform that you would choose as your digital business card. So we should update LinkedIn. For example, we should use a profile, a photo, add a background, create a headline, an about section, write about you, add responsibilities in your work experience, achievements. And when you create your profile, then go ahead and start engaging actively with your connections. So LinkedIn, I think it's the queen of networking. And if you learn how to use it right, then you will be able to grow a targeted network. It will help you a lot. So it helped me, and I can see because I collaborate with my clients, and I see this a lot. When you use actively LinkedIn, it helps you achieve your goal. So also, what you can do more, give and ask for recommendation, share your work, your publications, your project, what you have achieved. It's important to share it with the world. And if you are thinking about creating a project, then LinkedIn is a nice tool that can help you share it with the world. What else? Another tip, a gold tip, I would say, is to identify 5 to 10 companies or organizations or NGOs, universities, anything that aligns with your goals. And then follow their LinkedIn page and engage with their content. Reach out. This is how people will know you, will know your work, by sharing. And another tip is that when you follow these companies, universities, whatever, then try to see the personnel of these companies and in your department that you're interested in, for example, STEM. And then when you see these connections, send requests, send messages, and ask your questions. You don't have anything to lose. So building your network, it's really important. So I create profiles for clients. I do everything that you can see here, add photos, content, everything. And then I deliver the LinkedIn profile to my client. I always say at the end that you should use it. 5 connections won't help you. You just try and send connection requests, but do it with a target. So try to find professionals from your field. Okay. I think that this tip will help you a lot. What else? Share your expertise and create your own projects. So I created mine, which is Here Academia, my podcast, and it offered me many opportunities for networking, and also I had many professional opportunities too. When I created this project, I started sharing my knowledge, my ideas, and after a while, some opportunities came up, like my participation at the WoW Festival, and all the other festivals. So this would never happen if I hadn't started my project. And someone mentioned before that you should have a solid case to present. Yes, I agree, of course, but don't get lost on details and perfectionism. Because it happened to me, and I know that you're also thinking about it. So when I started, I had nothing. I didn't have any equipment. I didn't have the resources that I needed. So I just started from the beginning. I didn't know how to start a podcast, anything. So at the beginning, it was far from perfect. And during my experience, and I get to practice and make my podcast much better. So now if you hear my first episode and my last one, you can see actually the differences. So don't be afraid to start, and you will see that you will become better and better.
Lasha,
Yes,
sorry to interrupt. I have one more comment from Pinar.
of
So
course.
she is asking, what do you think about crowd helix? There are research topics there as well for connection. Crowd helix.
Crowd, this is a platform, right?
Yeah, Wasia. So it
Yeah.
might be new to you as well. So I don't know if it's more like research oriented. But then, so you get connected around the research topic. I didn't know it well, but I was involved in a project with Crowd Helix, and then they are doing the deck activities. Then they perform the group, but just to let other researchers in here know that it might be nice, because sometimes they go out for, so there might be like a project idea. So they're willing to share it with the other group members. So it might be worth to check.
Okay, thank you so much.
Just suggesting.
I didn't know
You're
that
welcome.
before. Thank you. So I
Perfect.
will go ahead and check it for sure. So
Okay.
I would love to hear your ideas, and this is great. Thank you for sharing. Well, okay, either it is a podcast or Instagram page, blog, community, whatever. Just go ahead and start. Okay. So I have the perfect example of you of using the network. So Marie Curie, you all know her, right? Physicist and chemist. She did pioneering research on radioactivity. So Marie had her own valuable network. She had the collaboration with her husband. She had international scientific support, and she utilized the power of networks. So she had a brilliant mind, of course, but she also had benefits from the community support. So I also have an episode about her. Well, it's in Greek, but I can make a translation so it's accessible for you all. So even if you have the greatest idea, the most brilliant mind, you still need community support. Okay, so never forget about that. And let's be more specific. As I am a podcaster, I will talk to you about that. So podcasts are tools for connections, right? What can we do through podcasts? We can share our stories, either our personal stories or our research or research of others that we can share. We can invite people for interviews, and through our projects we can inspire change. We can build communities across borders, especially if our project is in English, then we can reach a broader audience, right? We can showcase anything that is important for us. For me is to showcasing diverse voices from STEM. And with podcasting and with any online project, we can break barriers, geographic barriers. What are the benefits? We will develop our communication and creativity skills. We will get to grow our professional network, and we will build our professional identity. Of course, it's not easy. We should invest our time on it. Also, some of you mentioned before that we need to find a team. I don't have a team yet. And this is a challenge to find others that are also interested in the same things that you are, and they are motivated and they're willing to invest their time on a project, especially when you don't have the resources, when it's a volunteering initiative. So either alone or with a team, even better. A project will help you develop skills, and it can help you secure funding as I did, small, small, but you can achieve more, I'm sure, more than me. And you will build your professional identity in this way, so people will get to know you. And as I have seen, having my own project had helped me get opportunities, get invited to seminars, because I felt seen, I was seen. People were noticing me through my work. And this would never have happened again. You haven't done it. So, are you planning to start your own podcast? I hope that you do. Nowadays, it's really, really simple. Yeah, you can find many free seminars on YouTube, or you can reach out to me. I will be really glad to help you. I have helped 2 podcasters to start, and they started their podcast on gender equality as well. So, are you thinking of starting your own podcast? There are some questions that you need to answer first. For example, what is the purpose of the podcast? Is it to entertain? Is it to inform, to inspire? You should answer that. And who will be your target audience? Is it the general public? Is it only STEM scientists, only women STEM scientists? For example, my audience is a bit specific. It's STEM scientists, well, mostly women, I would say, and Greek, because it's in Greek, right? So, and it's fine for me. I decided to have this audience because I think that it's really important to do this work in Greece right now. And you can decide something and then it might change. So, for example, I'm thinking of turning it into English. So after you decide about these questions, then you should consider competitions. So before I started, I went into Spotify and I searched. There wasn't any similar podcast in Greek that had to do with gender equality and sciences and technology. So I started my own. And then, fortunately, others appeared too, which was great. It was a timing, because here in Greece, we didn't use podcasting years ago, and during the pandemic and after, they are really popular. So many podcasts come up now. Also, you should think what topics will you cover. It's really important. So choose something that you love, because you will never get bored. And start brainstorming ideas. If you have other people in your team, that would be great. And then the details. Choose your name, your tool. I will share with you some technical stuff also. It might be helpful. So, discussing about the format, you should decide the episode format. Will it be interviews, storytelling? It can be also a combination, or it could be news promotion. So you don't have to know everything. It doesn't have to be your research. It could be promoting others. Also, you should decide the publication frequency. So this is really important. Think about how much time you have and how many resources. In the beginning, when I had the grant, I could deliver 1 episode per week. But after that, it was more difficult. So I decided to publish 1 per 2 weeks or 1 per month. Yeah. And also the duration of the episode. So the most popular episodes are from 10 to 20 minutes, but there are exceptions. There are many popular podcasts that have 1 hour episodes. So it depends. In any case, you should think what works for you first. Also, content creation. So you should start with your research, right? You can use Google Scholar like I do, or any other sources. and write your text, your content. Well, I write my text because I usually present scientific data and I need it to be written in order not to make a mistake. But you could choose to have a text and also improvise, or you can only improvise. Again, whatever works best for you. So when you have a text, you should keep in mind not to read it and yes, because we need it to be a fun podcast, cool one. It needs to be engaging, so it shouldn't be boring, just reading only a text. Yes, you can start and then you will listen to yourself and you will become better. For example, when I started, I was reading my text, and when I listened to myself, I didn't like that so much. So right now, some parts are improvised and some are not. When I have scientific data, then it's not improvised at all. But you can also combine. Also, you can have interviews. So you can think of speakers and you can invite them. You can conduct interviews also through online, through Zoom, and record them. Through these interviews, you will get to meet people that you admire a lot. So think about it. And again, it could be either with questions and answers, or more like a discussion, improvisation, whatever. Feel free to interrupt if you have any questions or comments, of course. Otherwise, I will give you some time at the end, of course. Okay, so about audio recording and editing, you should try and find a microphone that works for you. For example, I have a dynamic microphone. I started with a cheap microphone, and then I had the opportunity to buy a better one. Or you can choose and go to a studio. This will give you the best quality ever. I have also done that for some episodes. Or you can ask for tips from people that have these technical skills, because I hadn't. I learned things from my research. Or you can also attend some seminars about podcasting, about sound. There are some in platforms like Udemy or Coursera, and you can find free ones. Or on YouTube, there are people sharing their expertise on that. And after you find your microphone, you edit, you record, you record your sound, and then you should know how to edit. So there are some softwares that can help you on that. I have Audacity. In the beginning, it might feel difficult to use, but it gets pretty easier. And to do a podcast, if it's simple, I mean, if you want just to record it yourself, add some music, some sound effects, these are really basic things to do, to edit. So Audacity can help you with that. And if you have any interviews, then you can, as I already told you before, you can use Zoom or any other app, record your sound, and then edit it through Audacity. There are resources online where you can find sound effects, copyright-free music. I think it's really easy nowadays to find these resources. The most difficult part is the beginning, is to start, especially if you don't have any knowledge about podcasting, like me. I didn't have any. Okay, so at the beginning, yes, it was difficult. And if you have a teammate, then this is the ideal thing to do, start together. After you record and you edit your episode, then you will need a hosting site. For example, the most popular hosting site is Spotify for podcasters. It's free. And you can create an account in Spotify for podcasters. and this will get connected with Apple Podcasts and Spotify. And whenever you publish one episode in Spotify for podcasters, it also gets published in all accounts. So then after the beginning, it's pretty easy to use. Or you can choose only to have a Spotify account and sign in and publish it there. I think that Spotify for the podcaster is really easy, and it gives you access to all the platforms. So we have seen the initial steps from the idea to recording using software. Everything is ready, published online, and then what should we do? We should promote it. And that's the difficult part for me personally, so using social media, but it's inevitable. It's inevitable, really. You might have the best podcast out there with the most valuable content, but if you don't share it, then you have nothing. So you should try and think which social media platform will work for you. For example, for me, it's Instagram. I have an account and I have created a page. I manage it, well, try to manage it at least. And I create content. So I have a collaboration with a graphic designer and an illustrator, but they helped me start with the graphics, but now I try and manage it on my own. So I use Canva. I hope you know Canva. It's an online platform where you can create content, and you can use it not only for visual content creation for podcasts, for example, Instagram, but also for LinkedIn. There are many LinkedIn background templates which you can use for your background. There are CV templates and many, many more. And there is a free and a premium option. So the free, it's perfectly fine to start a project. Also, there are some websites with copyright-free images like Unsplash, Pixels, and there's also some platforms for copyright-free sounds and music. So if you Google it, you'll find really easily. Also, there is this tool, Linktree, where it allows you to gather some important links of your project and add them there, and then create a QR code and share it. For example, yes, as you can see, this is my Hero Academia Linktree, and you can click on any link and yes, go ahead and check my Instagram page or listen to the episode. It's really helpful. So it's not only important to have your own page. You should we should post and have stories in your Instagram. Currently, you won't find any stories, but I'm planning to come back and be more active on Instagram, to tell you the truth. Okay, so nothing is perfect, as you can see, during a project, because we all have many things to do. We have our work, we have our studies, right? So it's not always easy to be active with our projects. So what you can do, you can use social media. You can collaborate with other creators, other podcasters. This will help you raise your followers as well if you collaborate with others. You can promote your project to organizations to secure funding or promotion. And by inviting people for interviews, you can meet people and they can also bring their audience as well. So you only have to win from these collaborations. And here I'm sharing with you. Well, I will send you that, so you don't. I think that we will be able to share, right, Hara? Share the presentation.
Yes, we will.
Okay, yeah. Great. I have gathered some organizations here. Feel free to add more, especially people in Turkey or any other locations in the world, because for Greece, I'm sure that I have many organizations to share. So, for example, here we have WEN, the former Women on Top. They helped me with managing my grant for the podcast. And we have the LinkedIn network, which is international, both in Greece and Turkey. In LinkedIn, there are some circles, some communities, depending on the sector and interests. So you can find the LinkedIn circle only for STEM women in Turkey, in Greece, or internationally. Also, women in tech global, you can find in this country a team. You can try to search and find them and join them. Why not? Regarding podcasts, again, there are STEM podcasts where you can search. And there are some programs, well, from the European Union. However, you don't have to be a citizen of the European Union to join. I have many friends from Turkey that I met during Erasmus Plus training programs. So you should study in a European country, or if you are based in a European country, then for sure you can join Erasmus Plus training programs. These are small programs lasting 7 to 10 days, and they have many, many topics. I have already joined 2 trainings, Erasmus Plus trainings for podcasts and for gender equality. And I learned many things from there and gained new skills. And I'm sure that in each country, there are such initiatives when they cover the expenses and they offer you training opportunities. You just need to search and find them. And then follow them on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram to always be updated about these opportunities. Okay. So I have a call to action to make here. First of all, go and update your LinkedIn profiles and share your work, your thesis, your projects, your announcement, written, oral, whatever. Share with the world everything that is already published. So why not share it in social media too? Follow initiatives and organizations. Check their news, what they're doing. Do they have any opportunities? Apply and join them. Join peer groups, of course, or even start your own. It would be an amazing idea. And of course, reach out, seek for support. I know that it's difficult to reach out, to ask people for help, but if you do it and if you get feedback back, it may change your life. And all of my opportunities, my professional opportunities, I owe them to my project and for seeking out for support. So they won't be able to know your work unless you share it and unless you reach out. And of course, start your podcast. Thank you so much. You can reach out to me on my emails, my personal or the podcast email, or on LinkedIn, which is Vasya Letra. I don't have it here, but you can search and find. And I'm more than willing to hear your questions. And yeah, please go ahead and ask me anything.
Thank you so much, Vasya. Very, very inspiring for anyone who wants to become a mentor based on what Professor Umut mentioned before, like mentoring is really important for young people wanting to follow STEM careers. So why not starting your own podcast? We have some questions, Pinar.
Sorry for taking the role in here. Thank you very much for the presentation, Wasia. So to tell you the truth, as a researcher, so it might be a cultural thing as well. And maybe as women, I do hesitate to post anything online. So to tell you the truth, the only thing that I have to post online is about like the projects, like the European projects makes it a must. So we broadcast our stuff. Other than that, I feel like I'm just trying to show off. So this is like the bad feeling from the research side. So I don't know how to go around it. And the other thing is that stuff about podcasts. So I've been involved in a podcast because it was a must. So my university said like I should be on a podcast. I had the chance to talk about like the climate change and some solar research. So that was actually very enjoyable. But at the same time, I feel like if no one pushed me for that, and then if they were not shooting it, and then taking all of this technical burden. There was no way that I would do it. And then after I did it, I had a lot of invitation. That was non-research oriented though. So that got me even more scared that if I'm involved in this, I mean, so maybe the circle changes a little bit, right? So what do you think about that? I mean, does a podcast, so it's nice that you're going to give some information that is about the papers that you wrote, which is kind of nice, but should we get a little bit scared that if we do this, so our circle might shift from more research oriented than some other, I mean, circle? Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Pinar. So I hear that a lot, of course, and I totally understanding when women, I would say, hesitate to share their work. So this needs confidence, of course. You can only share what is already published for start, and you can take small steps. For example, in LinkedIn, the most important thing to do is you have an updated profile. So many people don't have this. So you can start small, and then take steps that you feel confident, of course. So it's really nice that you have all these invitations. And regarding your concern from changing circles, of course, you should think and choose to accept invitations that will be valuable for you. So they might be not from research sector, but however, it might be valuable for you. So try to think and find if in these circles there are connections that may help you reach your goal. So of course you don't have to accept every invitation, but you should think if there is value in accepting for some reason. And I hear it a lot that people don't feel confident sharing your work. I will insist on that, and I will tell you, go there, go ahead and share it with the world, because you will get these invitations. So you won't accept all of them, but one or two of them, they might be really helpful for you.
Thank you, Wasia, for the support. So maybe
You're
I can start to do that more often. Thank you.
Sure. I will be glad to connect with you all on LinkedIn.
I already
also
started to follow you. I should tell you that.
Great, thank you so much. I have an old photo where I was blonde, so now my hair is red. But yes, if you get confused, this is
Just
me.
update it then.
Thank you. Yeah,
So
I will.
So
You
this
know,
means
right?
your LinkedIn profile is not updated.
Yes, you got me. You got me. I was thinking about this morning. I don't have to. We should find time to get a professional photo, right?
Exactly.
Thank
So
you.
we have one more question from Hande and then from Eleni. Hande, go on.
Thank you so much, dear Russia, for sharing your journey and sharing your courage to be out there and be productive in this manner. So thank you so much. I would like to ask your opinion in regards to understanding our audience and how we engage through our communication, because I believe these podcasts are also very important and vital in the sense of formulating science communication, so that certain aspects are better understood, certain aspects are bridged across different actors that we have. It's not just about academy, it's about the users, it's about the industry. So can you please mention how or what we might need to do to better understand our audience, to communicate our passion at hand? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. Is it your first name, Betul?
No, Hande.
Hi, Hande.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for clarifying it.
Thank you so much.
This is a great question. It all starts from your goal. What do you want to achieve? Would you want to reach the general public, or people that already have academic career? Or yes, first of all, we should think about this. Afterwards, when we decide which is our audience that we are targeting, so it starts with, what do you want to achieve? I would ask you, is it to educate? Is it to get to meet other researchers in STEM? Or is it just to raise awareness in a topic to the broader audience? So when we decide about this, then we will have to check where this audience, where is this audience? What do they use? Do they use Instagram? Do they use Facebook? Where are they? Try to find them. Something that you could do, it's an idea. So if you're planning to start a project, then you can design a questionnaire and send it to people that you're interested from the audience that you're targeting, so they can answer what are the concerns, what would they like to learn, everything, and then see your results, and then again try to think how you can proceed. So always feedback from your audience, it's really important. And I have already done this, sending questionnaires to, for example, women in STEM in my country to check their interests. So it's maybe a start.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we have
I
one
hope
more.
you answered your question, and you can reach out to me also on LinkedIn. We can discuss it further, or to my email. I will be happy to.
So we can proceed with a question from Eleni.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much for your, let's say, inspiring talk. Can you please, let's say, share with us some key points of the postcards that you have already with STEM, some lessons learned, some good practices, some of the content, let's say. We will, of course, we will go for it, and since I am a Greek, I will go and listen to them. But just let's say some few words about the postcards that you have already done with women in STEM. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Eleni, for your question. So my topics are also interviews. I have conducted interviews from women in academia that have been conducting the research in Greece or abroad, in Germany, for example, and what are their challenges in a new country and during the research. So I asked them about their adventure doing a PhD or postdoc in a foreign country. And I also have many topics about historical women in sciences in STEM, like Marie Curie or Rosalind Franklin in biology, and about the gender inequalities that they faced. I have also some episodes about sexual harassment in universities in Greece, or other topics like environmental topics such as ecofeminism, which is a great topic to discuss. So it would be from science, technology, environment, because during my studies, I was specialized a little bit in environment. So you will see many episodes about animals and about male and female organisms and how their behaviors in science. I think that this was your questions and maybe the key points of my challenges.
Yes, or maybe from the discussions that you have with all these, let's say, people, some key points, what they faced exactly in their, let's say, research environment. Some key points, if it is possible.
Of course, yes. Thank you for your questions. So, for sure, you know better than me the challenges of academia. Well, from my experience from interviewing women in research, I would say that the greatest challenge is to adapt in a new environment, abroad, learning a new language to begin with. But there are many benefits. because in a country like Germany, for example, there is more access to funding than in Greece. So that's why many people decide to leave the country in order to conduct some research abroad. Maybe this was the challenges, people were relocating. Well, also there are many challenges of gender inequality that they faced, or harassment, unfortunately. These were my most challenging discussions on the topics. But within the peer groups that I mentioned, you can find support, and in networks like Lean, you can find other researchers from your own sector where you can discuss and try to overcome these challenges from people that have already experienced them. So regarding my personal experience as a podcaster, there were many challenges, but my tip would be to just start. Don't be afraid and begin with something, your idea. It doesn't have to be perfect. It will become better in the process, during the process. So I hope I covered your question. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vasya. Everyone is really inspired right now. So, following our schedule, I would suggest that we start our lunch break from now, and we can come back at the scheduled time for the rest of the webinar. So we can come back at 1 CET time, 2 Greek time, and Turkey time.
2
I'm not
o'clock.
really
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
perfect.
2 o'clock for Greece. 3 time for Turkey.
Perfect. Okay. So we will see you later. I would like to really thank the previous speakers.
Perfect timing, by the way. Yeah? We are
Why?
to the minute. We are on schedule
Yeah.
to the minute. Yeah.
We are a bit earlier, but it's fine. Yeah. So we will have more time for discussion after. So see you all later. Yeah, we'll come back at 1 CT.
Thank you. If Marina is available.
Let's give them 2 minutes and come back.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Let's wait a little bit.
So, Mr. Metopoulou is ready to begin, but she cannot hear us, so she will only talk. And let's see how it will be.
Σ' ακούω τώρα. Το φτιάξα.
Awesome.
Perfect. Melina will
Okay,
hear you
perfect.
also in Greek, but in any case, we have also Greek and participants all over, not Europe, but at least from Greece and Turkey. So I'm very happy to welcome you and thank you very much for joining this session and for your support to this activity. We will have the opportunity to hear your experience, not only as a lawyer, but also with your role as Deputy Convener of Public Health and Social Solidarity in the region of Central Macedonia. So this seems that's quite an impressive title. So I'm sure that you have some insightful experiences regarding the women in politics. So I'll give you the floor now. The floor is yours. Let me know if you're able to share your screen or you want me to share your presentation.
I think it's better if you can do it. It's something from someone else, Vasiliki, I don't know who.
Okay, Hara, would you like me to share the presentation? I have it. You have sent me
Yes,
already.
yes, you can share
Okay.
facility.
Okay.
Thank you very
this is
much.
it. No worries.
And it's my pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation.
It's okay. Everything fine. Full screen. Hara.
Yes, yes, we can see everything.
Okay, perfect. So just let me know when you want me to change the slide, Melina.
So, in case you're talking, we cannot hear you now. Maybe you should unmute.
I don't know, it's ready.
Now is ready. You can start.
Now you can hear me or not? No.
Yes, yes, we hear you. Melina, are you okay? Yeah, thank you, Marina. But I think we have solved the issues. I don't know, the presentation is shown and we were able to hear Melina. Dear Melina, would you like to give another try? Okay. Hara, what is your opinion? Would you like to
They
continue
have some
with?
technical issue. I would suggest to continue with the next, with Marina.
Okay, okay, and we hope that we solve this small technical issue. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and yeah, the second presentation is going to be given by Dr. Marina Kazanova. Marina, are you available based on your message to give your presentation?
Yes, sure.
And you're going to give us some information from your technical, let's say, background, because you're working in, you have a technical background, and now you work in the Plataforma Solar Almeria in a very specific and very state-of-the-art, let's say, technical issue that is concentrated solar power. So it would be great to have your also your view, how difficult or easy or not difficult or not easy for a woman to work or to enter this special field. So thank you very much, Dr. Marina Kazanova. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to share the screen so you can see my presentation. So do you see it in full mode?
Yes.
Presentation
Perfect.
mode. Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me here today in this excellent webinar. I must say that it was very interesting. The former presentations, they were very interesting. It made me also think a lot about what do we have to do, what do we need, and other options, no, to kind of give visibility for women here. And yes, as you were saying, my name is Marina Casanova. I work in a specific sector of the solar energy, which is concentrated solar. We're not a lot of people here, like for example in photovoltaics, there's a lot of people working on this, but the sector of concentrated solar energy is quite a bit smaller, and this is why we have this kind of same problems than people than women or other underrepresented genders in STEM. Women are like a percentage, we are much less people. So yeah, so I'm working in Plataforma Solar de Almería, which is a research center. It's a public research center from Spain. But I have been working also in industry and other academia, and I have been also working abroad, and yeah, like meeting these other women in our sector, we were just thinking and talking and saying, okay, like in STEM, we are not much women here, so we need something to give us kind of visibility. So we were in a conference which is Solar Basis, which is the conference like the most important from our sector, from the concentrated solar technologies sector, and we started. I started to talk with some other women, and then myself and other colleague, we founded Women Plus in Concentrated Solar. We're just an association, a group of international researchers and professionals from academia and industry who supports and promote women and other underrepresented genders in our sector. Okay, let me check. Okay, this is our team. We have this small leadership team who is Alina and I, Marina. We are the co-founders, and then we have this other excellent woman from all around the world who helps us with the activities to develop our website, and I will tell you a bit more about our activities. So why this? I mean, we have already been talking this morning about the percentage of women in STEM and women in energy. So, for example, here from this plot from Irina, it shows that all the percentage of women working in STEM and women working in renewable energy is 32% of women are working in renewable energy. For example, in oil and gas is quite much lower, and we will say lucky, but it's not super lucky. But in solar PV, for example, the percentage of women working in this industry is around 40%. But the wide average of women working in this is 40.9% from Irena survey. So we need to promote, and we need to give visibility to these women. We know that the energy is a male-dominated sector, but if we have diversity in the sector, it can bring new skills, new perspectives, as this morning one of our colleagues was talking about, and also different attitudes. So if we can talk about this different percentage of jobs and for women, but we need also to talk about the glass ceiling, because if we see how many women versus how many men are directors, CEOs, I mean, this percentage just rise for men, and then we see how women can just the percentage of CEOs is lower than, I think it was lower than 20%. So we need to have also these role models. We need to have more visibility, so the younger minds, the younger women can see these other role models for them, and just have more courage to apply, to not quit. So yeah, this was our motivation for creating this. What we want is to support, to promote, and to increase the visibility of underrepresented genders. So when we started in 2022, and we just were gathering and collecting a bit of a bit of statistics, because we were in this conference, and we just wanted to know, okay, how many people were attending, and from these people attending, how many women are, and how many men. So we see once again this inequality, where if you can see on the right plot, men attending to this specific conference where we have this kind of collaboration, was almost 85% of the attendees were men. So why is that? So we need to think about it. Is it because women doesn't have enough funding for attending to conference? We don't think so. Why is this? So we just want to help with this, and because normally this is something we can talk also, that when women become mothers, and for example, they cannot go just one whole week to another different country. They cannot let their children and at home without no one caring for them or something. So for women, become more and more difficult to attend conferences, to have a lot of other things, like to become CEOs, and we can get this list extended. So what we want is to have a bit of resources to help them. So what we did first, one of our actions was to build our web page, and in this web page you can find an expert database. What do we with this tool, what do we want is to have a database where everyone can go and check. And for example, if you're organizing some webinar, for example, and for example, let's say you need 4 speakers, but you already know 3 people. Normally, for these people, maybe are male, but at least you have to have some equality and have 50%, 40% of women speaking, no? So we are going to give you this tool so you can check and you can look for based on different options, for example, countries, languages spoken, which kind of sector are they working. So if you're trying to prepare something, organizing some event, we just want for the other people to not have excuses to bring women to this. You know, if you know what I mean. We just didn't want to for the people to have these skills. Oh no, I don't know anyone, or I didn't know. No, you have this tool now, and now you can just take. And also, for example, if you're looking for partners for your projects, you can go in this expert database and look for the people you want to work in or you're looking for. So we're hoping this expert database gets more and more common. And then we have representation at different conference. I'm listening something.
Sorry, Santi, could you please mute your microphone?
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay, I can go. Thank you, Hara. And so we have been in different conference. You have on the right a picture of our co-founder in China also representing us, and then we have strong partnerships. For example, with Data Insights. This is a company devoted to the webinars online. So we have been doing a lot of webinars with them, and it's very good. It's very good because we just get to more people, and we are doing webinars with all women talking about different topics. So this is what we want. We want to give visibility to the women that there are women, you know. So we just need to give them visibility and a safe space to do this kind of webinars, events. And we also have other actions. We also do networking events. We normally do it online because it's, our association is international and we are very spread. There's people from Australia, from China, from the United States, Chile, so Europe. So we have networking events to connect women from different countries that are working on the same topics. And we have, as I've mentioned, webinars, and we have mentorship programs. As you were mentioning before, it is important to have role models, to have some mentor that can help you develop in your career. And we're starting next month our next mentorship program. It's a short one because we want to for the mentees to get to know their mentor, and yeah, we have 31 mentees and 27 mentors. The mentees are only can be women and underrepresented genders. When I say underrepresented genders, I mean like mainly not men, like it's cis women, trans, or people who might maybe question their gender. And we have these online meetings, and we have also a discussion forum, and also when we finish we have this feedback to improve every time. We have in our webpage also education resources and training, where we put all the opportunities we have about education on concentrated solar technologies, which is quite good and interesting. And we also publish all the job offers related to CST. For example, if some companies looking for some people to work on this or this, they get in touch with us, and we publish it so we can just get to more people. And what you can do is to visit our website, and it's women.solarbasis.org. You can read our latest news. You can join our expert database, as I was saying before. You can read our newsletter. If you subscribe to our mailing list, we will send you our newsletter where we put all the information about webinars and activities. And you also can get in touch with us by the email, or we are very active in LinkedIn. So please follow us. And yeah, I wanted to say that we have a webinar on this Wednesday that is kind of related to what we were talking today. It's about solar thermal growth, exploring the social and policy dynamics beyond technology. We're going to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we're going to have an expert from IRENA, and we will talk about social and policy dynamics in the EU Green Deal. So yeah, I just wanted to point out that because it was related to what we were talking this morning. And as I said before, the mentorship program will start in April 2025. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you again for having me, and so happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Marina.
Thank you very much. Yeah, okay, Hara.
Yeah, no, Vasiliki, go on. Sorry. Yeah.
It's okay. I had a phone call. Thank you very much. Very interesting, and considering the fact that concentrating is a newcomer, let's say, in thermal or in STEM, it's quite inspiring how well organized is all this issue. I'm a member of this team.
I saw it.
Seems very active. Yes, and a lot of women from Europe are already involved there. Yes, very interesting.
Yeah, it's in Europe. It's a very big people, very big like
Audience,
centers.
yes, participation.
Yeah. In Spain, it was one of the first countries who were like investing much. So this is why it got spread more in Europe. It's very interesting.
I had my PhD in PSA. I know very well.
Oh, nice.
But you are quite younger than me, so we hadn't any coincidence there. Thank you very much. Marina. We'll have the
Thank you.
opportunity to have more questions at the end. Now, Hara, let me know. Would you like to proceed with Melina or with
Ναι, νομίζω εγώ είμαι okay. I think I'm okay. Βασιλεία.
Yeah, Melina, we hear you. Okay.
Yes, your presentation is yours.
Okay, I will share the screen.
Let's try it again.
Okay, we'll manage to do it. This is it from beginning.
Oh, hallelujah.
Hallelujah is a universal word.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to introduce you again, that you're a lawyer, so you're going to give us quite interesting ideas or tips or the situation about how women can take advantage or can be more active in politics.
With better internet connection.
Okay.
Start, yeah.
Also this. Before that, before giving you the floor, I wish to apologize because I had an extraordinary meeting that doesn't allow me to follow the whole session. So I really apologize. After the end of this presentation, Hara will take over. And on my side, I want to thank also the organizers and, of course, the participants of this session. Melina, I'm very happy to have you with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I would like to thank you for the invitation, and I will talk about women in politics. Women participation in politics has been a significant area of focus in the global struggle for gender equality. While considerable progress has been made, women still face considerable barriers when it comes to political participation and leadership, and particularly within the European Union and its member states. Greece is a case study of these challenges. Despite various advancements in gender equality, issues such as societal norms, political representation, and institutional barriers remain substantial hurdles for women aspiring to political leadership. To gain a broader perspective on these challenges, it is important to consider the state of gender equality in the European Union as a whole. The European Union, since its inception, has made efforts to enhance gender equality across its member states. The European Commission has actively promoted gender equality through policies aimed at closing gender gaps in employing, pay, and decision-making. The EU
Sorry to interrupt, Melina. I think the presentation is stuck in the first slide, so I think, Vasiliki, could you just roll it?
Yes.
Yes, Melina, when you want me to change the slide, just
yes. You can roll it because slow, but it's not similar, so you can roll it.
Okay. Let's proceed to the next one.
The EU has set a framework for gender parity in politics through initiatives such as the European Pact for Gender Equality and calls for balanced political representation. However, despite these well-meaning efforts, the EU's record on women in leadership roles is still far from satisfactory. As of recent reports, only about 40% of the European Parliament members are women, and women hold less than 1/4 of the highest political offices within the EU institutions. In general, women are given ministries of, we can say, lesser importance. We achieve gender parity in national parliaments, it's estimated before 2063, and it will take 130 years to achieve equality between men and women in the highest positions of power in government. This persistent gap in gender equality calls for a closer examination of the underlying causes. One of the primary reasons for the gender imbalance is the lack of structural changes within political parties. Political parties, which play a vital role in determining who ascends to power, continue to be dominated by men. Women often find themselves relegated to lower-profile roles or are expected to balance family responsibilities with their political careers, which distracts from their ability to pursue high-level political positions. Furthermore, the political culture in many EU countries still tends to favor male leaders, which limits the opportunity for women to reach decision-making levels. Adding to these structural barriers is the role of societal perception in shaping political landscapes. The public's perception of political leadership still tend to be gendered. Studies have shown that female politicians are often judged more harshly than their male counterparts, particularly when it comes to their leadership styles and communication strategies. Gender biases persist, with women in politics frequently subject to criticism over their personal appearance or family life, topics that rarely come up in discussion about male politicians. This puts additional pressure on women and discourages them from seeking or maintaining a career in politics. Women's underrepresentation in politics consists of a combination of factors that create significant barriers. Confidence plays a role, as women often face more self-doubt when considering running for office. Candidate selection processes can also be challenging, with women frequently struggling to secure electable positions on party lists. The political arena itself is often steeped in culture of sexism, reinforcing the perception that it is a man's world. Funding disparities further exacerbate the issue, as women's campaigns tend to receive less financial support compared to their male counterparts. Additionally, societal expectations around childcare and the demands of motherhood make it difficult for many women to find the time or support needed to pursue political careers. These interconnected challenges highlight the systemic nature of the problem. When we shift our focus to Greece, these patterns become even more pronounced, highlighting the compounded challenges faced by women in its political system. In Greece, the barriers to women's participation in politics are especially pronounced. Despite recent advancements in gender equality, the political scene remains largely male-dominated. The Greek political system has witnessed slow progress when it comes to women's political representation. As of recent elections, women make up just over 20% of the members of Hellenic Parliament, far below the EU's goals of achieving gender parity in political representation. This underrepresentation of women is also reflected in the limited number of women holding ministerial and other high-level positions in the government. Women in government represents 25%. Also, Greece is divided into 13 regions, with only one woman being governor as opposed to 12 men governors. And we're glad because here our region, the region of Central Macedonia, has a governor, Ms. Saidona, as its governor. Also, in the region of Central Macedonia, there are only 4 female vice governors in 17 vice government positions. These disparities are deeply rooted in societal norms that have long shaped the role of women in Greek society. One of the primary reasons for the gender disparity in Greece is deeply ingrained societal norms. Greek society has long been conservative regarding gender roles, with women traditionally expected to prioritize domestic responsibilities over public life. This cultural barrier is reflected in the low levels of female participation in political processes and leadership roles. Women in Greece are often expected to balance work and family life in ways that men are not, which further hinders their political careers. Institutional barriers further exacerbate the underrepresentation of women in Greek politics. The patriarchal nature of Greek politics also contributes to this inequality. Political parties, which tend to follow traditional practices, often sideline female candidates. For instance, many Greek political parties have failed to implement gender quotas or other initiatives to encourage female participation. While the implementation of a gender quota system could help improve the representation of women in politics, such measures are often met with resistance from male-dominated party leaderships. This lack of institutional support is coupled with limited resources available to women aspiring to political leadership. There is a lack of institutional support for women seeking to enter politics. In many instances, women in Greece do not have the same level of political mentorship or networks as men, further exacerbating their underrepresentation. Greek politics, much like in many other EU countries, remains largely the domain of male political elites, with women facing multiple obstacles to breaking into these circles. Expanding the focus beyond politics, like STEM, fostering gender equality in STEM fields present a parallel opportunity for societal progress. Promoting the participation of women and girls in STEM is crucial for achieving gender equality and fostering economic and technological growth. Women's involvement brings diverse perspectives, enhances innovation, and helps address global challenges like climate change, healthcare, and digital transformation. In Greece, increasing female participation in STEM can boost economic competitiveness, unlock untapped talent, and contribute to societal progress. With appropriate policies, educational reforms, and support systems, Greece can build a more inclusive workforce, drive innovation, and ensure sustainability and progress for all. Diversity in STEM is essential for a fair and thriving future. Ultimately, addressing these multifaceted challenges requires bold and decisive action. Women in politics, both in European Union and in Greece, continue to face significant challenges. These challenges stem from a combination of cultural, institutional, and structural barriers that prevent women from achieving equal political representation. While there has been progress in terms of policy and representation, more needs to be done to ensure women are given the opportunities, support, and resources they need to succeed in politics. To advance toward this goal, governments must adopt concrete measures. This includes investing in women, setting up ambitious training and mentoring programs, and establishing quotas or zipping systems to ensure gender-balanced candidates lists. Furthermore, implementing zero-tolerance policies against sexism, creating clear channels for reporting sexual harassment, and providing earmarked funding for women candidates are essential steps. Governments should also work to change the long hours culture in politics and provide childcare facilities to ensure a more inclusive environment. In conclusion, a multi-pronged approach is necessary to overcome these barriers and promote gender equality in politics. The implementation of gender quotas, support for female political candidates, and the dismantling of gender stereotypes are crucial steps toward achieving gender equality in politics. In Greece, cultural shifts toward more progressive views on gender roles will be essential to breaking down the barriers that continue to hold women back from fully participating in the political sphere. While the challenges women face in politics, both in European Union and in Greece, are deeply rooted in societal norms, institutional barriers, and structural inequalities, we're not without hope. We understand the complexity of the situation, and with this awareness, we are better equipped to take meaningful action. By addressing these barriers head-on and fostering a culture of inclusivity and equality, we can move forward toward a future where gender parity in politics is not just an aspiration, but a reality. The journey continues, and so do we. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
We
very
are happy
much.
to have you here. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very interesting. Somehow, maybe I lost some slides in the continuation, but it's always difficult to follow the speed of a lawyer. Thank you very much. In any case, the presentation will be available, I suppose. So, yeah, there are very insightful and useful data and information. Thank you very much, Ms. Melina Dermetsopoulou. Quite interesting presentation. We managed to solve the issues. Now, I will give the floor to Hara for the next part and to answer more. Thank you and apologies.
I know you have to run, so...
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you very much and really apologies.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the chat, from the participants? I don't see anything. Okay. Pinar, just a short question and then we can proceed.
I ask many questions, so if there are any other, so I might give the floor to you.
No, you are the only one for now, but the rest will be in the discussion
Okay.
session. So, yeah.
So as an economist, maybe it was interesting to see more from the political aspects. So I wonder, Melina, so when you were checking it, and then I wonder about the experience within European Union. What about women working in technical aspects and STEM? So what are their involvement in politics? So you have talked about like many barriers. about women involvement in politics, but I bet those barriers might be even bigger. Or is it like smaller for a person working in STEM? A woman working in STEM, let's say.
Yeah, I think that's the same. It's a societal mentality what keeps them behind. And the other thing is this what I told about the care, childcare, or the care of older people. If we think that this is only a woman's job, this is problem to whole business. It's STEM, political, and every sector of our life. So I think that if every change has an effect to all fields, STEM, politics, and everything else. I'm a lawyer, not in STEM, but I have the same difficulties to be able to be a lawyer, to be in the public field, and to be a mother. I have two small kids. The one is 2.5 and the other one is 4.5. And I have many difficulties, and I feel under pressure all the time. So I think that governments have a long road to do, a lot of things to do in this aspect, to take care about the children, child protection, and the free time for the woman to be able to be in work, in STEM, in politics, or whatever they think they can do.
Thank you very much. My daughter was calling from school when you were having this speech, so I had that feeling as well.
Yeah.
So we have to be somewhere, I mean, maybe like two places at the same time, so it makes it more difficult.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can proceed to our next presentation from Ivona again. Ivona, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes. So you can share your screen and we can start.
Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome. Just a moment. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Hi everyone once again. So I just want to say before I start my talk, I mean, listening to all of the other talks, my talk will be a little bit different in the sense that it will be a lot more personal. So it will be mostly about my experiences in the PV sector, specifically in research. And I hope that this maybe will be a nice opening and motivational speech that we maybe discuss some of the more general experiences of women in the PV sector, but I did not want to speak about all of them in general because I think those are so unique experiences and they're also unique to where you're doing your PV research or PV work. So I specifically studied and currently live in Germany. And I think living and working here, it has its unique challenges compared to, for example, working in Greece or in Turkey or somewhere more in other parts of Eastern Europe. So I kind of want to take you a little bit through my career so that you see how it developed. And I hope that will be a little bit interesting to you, even though the talk will be way less political than the other talks that we heard so far. So without further ado, let me talk a little bit about working in the PV sector as a female researcher. So a little bit about myself. I have around 10 plus years of experience in the PV sector. If we are combining together the working and the academic experience, including studying about PV and so on. I worked really hard to actually build a strong network. That's also something that we heard a little bit in the previous talk when there was the discussion about the podcast and the networking and all of that. And I believe that this has greatly improved my experience and my enjoyment in the PV sector. And as we saw also in the other talk, PV is really one of the sectors where women are really well represented. We are not yet at 50-50, but we are really climbing every year. And I think one of the reasons that this is happening, or why women are so interested in PV, is that it has a little bit of a noble cause around it, right? So we have like the concept of like climate neutrality and like mitigating climate change, but it's also about empowering communities and empowering people and women specifically, bringing energies to maybe parts of the world that previously were cut off and off grid. And I think this is something that really motivates women to be part of the PV sector, to be part of the change, and to form strong networks among themselves. So far, my working focus has 100% been on academia. So I mostly work in academia and research, but as I will try to present you, this has changed a lot throughout my career. So how it developed, as at the beginning, I was doing more actually hands-on research as a scientist, and now I'm actually having more of a policy and strategy aspect in terms of PV. So let's look a little bit about my educational milestones. So actually my background is very technical. I hold a bachelor and master in physics. My bachelor is from Jakobs University Bremen, currently actually renamed as Constructor University. Then I moved to the south of Germany, to Freiburg, where at that university I completed 2 master's studies, one in renewable energy engineering and management, and the other one in physics. And then end of 2018, I moved to Berlin, specifically at the Helmholtz Center Berlin for Materials and Energy Research, where I was working on my PhD, specifically in the development of new types or multi-junction tandem solar cells. Some of my most prominent research milestones are working at the Fraunhofer Institute for Solar Energy Systems in Freiburg, Germany, where I also wrote my master thesis. And then my current role, actually since 2018, is at the Helmholtz Center Berlin for Materials and Energy Research. Some of my most relevant academic works, of course, is my master thesis, which was focusing more on developing specific contacts for silicon solar cells. So that one was basically to improve the most popular PV technology that we have on the market, silicon-based solar cells. While my PhD in Berlin was a little bit more like, let's say, in terms of innovation on a higher degree. It focused on developing nickel oxide as a whole transporting layer for monolithic CIGS perovskite tandem solar cells. And maybe this is like very technical for some of you, but basically it was just to develop a certain material and to improve it in a cell that works with 2 different absorbers. So we have like CIGS, which can substitute the silicon, and then we have this new type of solar cell basically called perovskite. And the idea is that when they work together, they can deliver much higher amount of electricity than only if you have one of them. And then you need also a material between them. So you can think of it like a sandwich. And the nickel oxide material, which I was working on, comes in between. During combined this work together, I have more than 10 publications in peer-reviewed journals, and some of them are still ongoing work. So, for example, I have here some, if you want to take maybe a screenshot and take them, if you check them out, if you're interested in academic work and more technical work of novel types of solar cells. So my time at the Helmholtz Center in Berlin can actually be split into 2 different eras, so to say. So the first one is actually until 2022, when I was wrapping my doctoral work. And then we have the time after 2022, which is my current role. So let's look a little bit, firstly, my work as a researcher until 2022. So as I mentioned, I was a doctoral researcher there, and mostly I had a combination of lab and desk work. So that meant that I was producing my own solar cells. I was testing and developing new materials. I was trying to understand certain physical phenomena that are happening. Basically anything that would help me to boost the efficiency of the solar cells that I was producing. Of course, here came a lot of academic writing as well, presentations at conferences, networking with other researchers, and everything that you need to do when you're in the lab and having your hands-on work. I also got some awards during my time as a doctoral researcher. The most prominent one was probably at the European Materials Research Society and at their conference, which there are actually 2 spring and autumn meetings. So I got an award for my PhD thesis at the autumn one, which took place in Warsaw in 2022. And I also have gotten an award for best poster presentation at the Tandem PV workshop, which is something that also ERA is supporting as a workshop on a yearly level. But also during my time as a doctoral researcher, I was doing a lot of volunteering because I wanted really to support the young researchers in any way that I could. So one of them, for example, was the PhD network that we have at Helmholtz-Zentrum Berlin. So I was a representative of the PhDs in a way to have contact to the management at HZB. And I was also part of something called N squared. So N squared stands for Network of Networks and is the biggest joint collaboration of non-university institutes in Germany. So this actually unites 3 very big research organizations in Germany. Those are the Helmholtz Association, then we have the Max Planck and Leibniz Association. And these are all publicly funded research centers, but they are not universities. So for example, if you are doing PhD in them, if you have your project there, you still need to be enrolled at a university in order to be able to defend your thesis. And this network represented the interest of around 18,000 doctoral researchers. And during my time of that network, I was especially working on the topics of mental health in academia, mental health for young researchers and doctoral researchers, and also diversity and inclusivity. And as part of my work at the Network of Networks, I was also invited during the Berlin Science Week to talk about internationalization and diversity in Berlin academia, which was also followed up by a podcast, which we filmed or recorded in February 2022. It was very interesting to record a podcast, talk about topics that are connected to research and academia and PV up to an extent, but still from the point of being an international researcher in Germany. I also worked on a publication, The Mental Health Crisis Among Doctoral Researchers, Findings and Best Practices, which basically summarized important findings from a survey that we conducted among all of these thousands of doctoral researchers in Germany. And now we are moving a little bit to my more current role, and that is my time at the Helmholtz-Zentrum Berlin as a PV research strategy and policy consultant. So I have this job since the beginning of 2023. So I'm now slightly more than 2 years into this job. And unlike, for example, being in the lab and being like hands-on researcher, this one has a little bit more of outreach and strategic focus point of view. So it's a lot of desk work. I don't spend any time in the lab. So I'm spending a lot of time reading all sorts of policy briefs, writing different documents or feasibility studies, a lot of presentations, either at conferences or at meetings. And then, of course, I also have some business travel. As part of my job, I'm mostly active also in 3 European associations. So the first one is the European Technology and Innovation Platform for Photovoltaics. The second is the European Energy Research Alliance, which I presented to you this morning, specifically the joint program on photovoltaics. And then the least, but slightly I have to follow what's going on, is the European Solar PV Industry Alliance, which was formed with the goal to bring PV manufacturing back to Europe. However, as maybe some of you know, PV manufacturing in Asia is extremely cheap, so it's making it very difficult for Europe to be price competitive when it comes to manufacturing of PV. Therefore, especially in Germany, the mindset is that the unique advantage of working in PV in Europe is basically focused on the topics of innovation, doing research, improving certain processes, and hopefully developing products and PV specific processes or machines that could be bringing competitive advantage to Europe over mass manufacturing in Asia. So I also in the morning, I promised you that I will talk a little bit about the strategic research and innovation agenda on photovoltaics. So this one is a really big work done on a European level, done by in a joint collaboration by the ETPV and EuroPV. And the point is that we make recommendations to improve the competitiveness of the European PV industry, but always through the looks of innovation. So what can actually research and innovation do to improve or to contribute to both the upstream segments and the downstream segments in PV? As I mentioned, this document is sent to the European Commission, and it's one of the main building blocks when it comes to the European Commission announcing their funding and their projects that are to be funded in Europe for research, which means that this needs to be non-biased view on the PV technology and PV research that we have in Europe. So this strategic and research and innovation agenda provides a really thorough and general overview of almost everything that we have in the PV sector, especially in research, but everything is rated or put into the framework of the technology readiness level. So where are we with a certain technology? Where are we with a certain innovation? What is the possibility that this will hit the market soon? How much more funding maybe we need, and so on. And my work specifically at ETPV, and when it comes to the strategic research and innovation agenda, was to work on the most current update. I was specifically one of the coordinators for one of the 5 challenges, namely for challenge 1, which focuses on performance enhancement and cost reduction through advanced PV technologies and manufacturing. And what we have something new about the strategic research and innovation agenda and ETPV in general is that this year the Commission, actually sometime last year, but this year it will be finalized, the European Commission announced that ETPV will be moving into the role of a co-programmed European partnership. And now maybe this sounds like a new term, so you're asking, what is it? Well, it's not that difficult to understand. So the European Technology and Innovation Platform for Photovoltaics before is just a group of experts that are working and consulting the Commission on all related topics of PV. But now, once the co-program partnership is formed, we will have a lot or a more active role into forming the new research programs on a European level. So right now you can think of it more of as an advisory role, what the ETPV had, but once the co-programmed European partnership comes into role, it will be a more active role, so not simply advising. So that's one part or one core aspect of what I'm doing at ETPV. Then I was also preparing a lot of monthly columns for the PV magazine, mostly reporting on the most important activities at ETPV, although this is currently a little bit on a break. So this might resume soon, as we are having some new upcoming activities at ETPV that maybe would be nice that we again advertise in the PV magazines. Of course, I'm working on varying publications. So, for example, I was working on PV manufacturing in Europe, ensuring resilience through industrial policy was one very interesting publication that I was involved with. And then another one is, for example, that I'm currently preparing, basically about the levelized cost of electricity when we compare European and Chinese manufactured PV modules. And of course, when you're a researcher, if you're working on publications, then you're going also on conferences. So, for example, I was last year at EU PVSec, where I presented this same topic on the levelized cost of electricity. So basically, European PV manufacturing and LCOE is ensuring resilience and competitiveness through research and innovation and industrial policies. And also at the EU PVSec, I had like a small podcast on PV topics where we discussed about basically European PV manufacturing and the ETPV and everything that we are doing on a European level. And this year I will also be at the annual ETPV conference, which will take place in Brussels. So here, in case some of you are interested, I put a QR code that maybe you would like to check out so that you see if the conference is something interesting for you. So the name of the conference is The Urgency of Now, Innovation in Making Deployment and Production Targets a Reality for Solar PV. So the conference will actually go for only one day in Brussels on site, and it will cover very interesting topics about how innovation can help in the deployment and production targets for Europe specifically. So I think it might be interesting for some of you to check it out. And if you want, we would be very happy to have you there. And then also a little bit now about my work at ERA PV. So as I mentioned, I have this like four pillars that I work on. So I have my work at the Helmholtz-Zentrum Berlin. I have my work at the ETPV, and now a little bit about my work at ERA PV. So as I already mentioned, I'm a leader of one of the sub-programs. This is the sub-program on multi-junction and tandem PV. One of the current main activities that I'm leading is a preparation of a consensus statement on benchmarking perovskite-based tandem solar cells, which hopefully will be published sometime this year in Nature Energy Communication. Of course, a lot of my work at ERA PV includes networking, namely attending meetings, conferences, workshops, and also ensuring that there is a strong link between the ETPV and ERA PV. And one of my favorite publications that was published as part of my work at ERA, so of course it was not just me, this was actually joint activity of entire ERA, but there was part also that ERA PV contributed on. It was a policy analysis on securing sustainable critical raw material supply for clean energy in Europe. And this one provided a context overview and role of research and innovation in various energy sectors, such as solar PV, wind, hydrogen, batteries, and power electronics. So if you would like to check it out, feel free. And actually, I want to summarize my talk a little bit about how I believe that working in PV developed my skills from various points of view, and how it led for my career to progress in such a beautiful way, in a way that I like how it's progressing. So at the very beginning, I had this very much research and technical PV expertise that focused on solar cell manufacturing, advanced characterization, simulation, data analysis, so very much physics and technical focus, you know. But then I also started to work a little bit more into other technical aspects. So for example, understanding PV markets and PV policies, and how do we actually bring everything together? So how is, for example, European policy and European policy targets that we are about to meet about climate neutral society would impact the way that we do research in PV? So how do we choose relevant research topics in PV? How do we structure our research on the long term? How do we prioritize? Because there is so much to do in PV, so I'm always interested into whether what I do will have a certain impact, let's say 5 years from now. So that also having that kind of visionary mindset really worked on developing my critical and creative thinking, strategic solutions, and of course, processing complex information from various points of view. So by now I'm skilled into reading both technical publications and also a little bit more policy-centered publications. And I think that's a really interesting skill to have, as most of the people remain either being technically trained or more like policy, politics, or economics trained. But I really like to mix these two, because I think they're both connected and part of the same problem. So like a coin with two faces. Of course, in my work that I talked about in the past 2.5 years, I worked a lot on project management and leadership, or I developed these skills. And also through this work, I have become a big team player, an adaptable and quick learner. I have worked a lot on my communication skills. And above all, I have tried to remain flexible and to be open to changing environments, as I believe that this would always kind of enable me to have a look on what's going on in the field and where I could go next. So with this kind of progression, I started also slowly looking for new jobs. And actually, I'll be starting a new job in July this year, and I will be going actually into energy consulting. So I work as a senior consultant at E.ON, which is one of the biggest energy or utility suppliers in Germany. So actually, this will be my first time working not a bit, but completely out of academia. So there are lots of mixed feelings. So on one hand, I'm like very excited, but on the other hand, of course, I'm wondering how that will be. But it's a job that I really like the description of, and the people that I met seemed really cool. So I'm really looking forward to this new job. And actually, I'm showing this last slide so that if there are any women who are working in solar PV and they are thinking what their next step could be, my advice would always be focus on your core values, focus on your skills, focus on developing yourself, and then chances always pop up. As always, you know roughly in which direction you want to go. So actually, I didn't have a linear career, because as you saw, I have these 2 master studies, and actually I was developing in 2 different fields, in very much hardcore theoretical physics, and then I had also the solar PV aspect until the time came to choose, and I decided to go into actually photovoltaics, which I'm really happy about, the decision that I made, and I'm also happy to be staying in the energy sector, which is something that I'm really, really passionate about. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. Feel free to connect either on Twitter or on LinkedIn, or reach out to my email if you have any questions. Or if you have any questions now, I'm more than happy to discuss them with you. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ivona. And we will have some interesting presentations, some case studies from 2 different research centers, Ottogünam and CERF. Esener Khan, if you can hear us, you can go ahead now.
Yes, Ara. Hello.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ara. My name is Esener Khan Yıldız. I'm Secretary General and Editor-in-Chief of Turkish Solar Association, Günder. And in this session, we will talk about sustaining equality, gender equality in research. Also, I would like to brief info about me. So with 15 years of experience in project management and publishing for civil society organizations in the fields of energy policy, renewable energy, climate, and environmental economics, I have been leading efforts to promote solar energy and sustainability, of course. My academic background also includes a master's degree from Middle East Technical University in Turkey, and it's about urban policy planning and local governance program. We talk about community energy, and also my master's degree is about community energy in Turkey's localization. So it was great to hear presentations of Nito, Iona. And today in the presentation so far, we have seen that gender equality is not just a matter of justice. It's also a fundamental driver of innovation, inclusivity, and progress in research. Today, we will explore the challenges, opportunities, and best practices in ensuring equal representation and participation in academic and scientific fields. Joining us today are dear Oya Ertunç Bilgiç and Eleni Papayuan, both actively working to promote gender equality in research areas. Let me introduce them to you. Our first speaker is dear Oya Hocam, the General Manager of ODTÜ Günam, the Center for Solar Energy Research and Applications at Middle East Technical University in Turkey. She is also a member of the Günam and Gender Equality Committee, actively working to integrate gender perspectives into scientific research and institutional policies. We are delighted to have you with us, Oya Hocam. Next, we have Dr. Eleni, a collaborating researcher at the Center for Research and Technology, HELAS, CERT. She is also a member of the Gender Equality Committee at CERT and contributing to efforts that promote diversity and inclusion in research environments. We are looking forward to your insights, dear Eleni. Now, the floor is yours, dear Oya Hocam.
Thank you, Esen Erkan, for your invitation and introduction. Greetings from Turkey also. I will share my screen. Is it okay for you?
Yes, we can see.
Second, please. Okay. Hello, everyone, again. My name is Oya Ertunç Bilgiç. I am the General Manager of ODTÜ Günam, the Center for Solar Energy and Application at Middle East Technical University in Turkey. From 2021 until 2024, I worked as a Deputy Director of Administrative and Financial Affairs. I have been working as a manager since January and also a member of Gender Equality Committee. It's a big pleasure to be here today, and it's a very important experience to share gender equality issues together. First, I will give information about ODTÜ Günam also. As we all know, as you most of know, ODTÜ Günam is Turkey's leading research and innovation center for solar energy. It became an independent institution from METÜ and was named ODTÜ Günam in 2021. And we focus on cutting-edge research, technology development, and industry collaboration to advance solar energy solutions. Our multidisciplinary approach brings together experts from academia and industry to drive sustainable energy innovation. Developed technologies are transformed into commercial values that will contribute to the country's economy, industrial and social development. Currently, our team consists of more than 120 professionals, including 59 researchers, 17 administrative personnel, and 9 technical staff. And also we have 34 scholarship holders. About 35 of the employees are women. With this diverse and dynamic team, we are actively engaged in more than 30 research projects in collaboration with various national and international partners. Among these, 14 are EU-funded projects. We also take a coordinating, role in SolarHub project. With this strong research capacity, we aim to lead solar energy research while fostering a collaborative and inclusive work environment. At ODTÜ Günam, we believe that gender equality is more than a social responsibility, it's a strategic necessity. We launched our gender equality plan in 2022. To ensure effective implementation of this plan, we established a gender equality committee. This committee consists of key figures from ODTÜ Günam, including researchers, HR representatives, and project managers. The committee's primary objectives include developing policies and initiatives to promote equal opportunities within our organization, monitoring gender balance in research teams and leadership positions, raising awareness and organizing training programs on gender equality. In December of each year, the gender equality plan is updated, and committee writes a report on ODTÜ Günam's progress and present it to the board of directors. First gender equality plan was created in 2022 and approved by the board of directors. As a responsible institution, ODTÜ Günam emphasized the intersection of gender equality and sustainable energy innovation. When we look at the gender ratio at ODTÜ Günam, we see that all board of directors members are male. The governing body appoints board of directors of ODTÜ Günam. However, we know that many talented women solar scientists and policymakers can join us. ODTÜ Günam has more women administrative managers than personnel, but most technical personnel are male. The technician position is mainly seen as a male role. We need to support women technicians as well. ODTÜ Günam mainly conducts research on engineering and natural sciences. However, the number of researchers is not balanced between genders worldwide in ODTÜ Günam's research subjects, as women are underrepresented in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In addition to this, we have female researchers involved in many successful projects, a female deputy director in charge of technical infrastructure, and a strong female-dominated administrative team. Aiming to be research lighthouse, ODTÜ Günam aims to employ more women scientists. We plan to keep the percentage full-time of working women employees above 40. When we consider gender activities at ODTÜ Günam, first Women in Science event was organized and the first gap training was planned. The training covered topics such as gender equality, barriers faced by women in professional life, and proposed solutions. Since 2023, all ODTÜ Günam job postings include a statement emphasizing the commitment to gender equality. Building on our progress, we are committed to further strengthen gender equality at ODTÜ Günam in coming years. Our key priorities include expanding gender equality training programs, increasing women's representation in research and also leadership roles, integrated gender equality in the research and innovation, strengthening gender and responsive policies. These efforts will help us to build a future where gender equality is not just a goal, but a fundamental part of our organizational culture. Thank you for your time, attention, and your available contributions to this important discussion. Your insights and support help us to move forward in our journey toward gender equality. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Oya. We can now proceed with Eleni's presentation. Eleni, can we check if you can share your presentation?
Yes, hello. No, Hara, can you share, please? Sorry for
Yes,
that.
yes. Can you share my screen?
Okay, yes, thank you very much. So good afternoon also from my side. Thank you for the introduction, Esen, and thank you for the invitation to this very interesting workshop. I am the last, let's say, speaker, and this is, let's say, the fate that you have heard everything, but I try, let's say, to surprise you about the findings that we have and the work that we have done in the gender the gender equality committee of CERT. CERT is the Center for Research and Technology at Thessaloniki, and under its umbrella there are some 5 institutes of transport, of informatics, chemical engineering, and applied bioscience and agriculture. So starting my presentation, I want to share with you the information. I do not know if you are aware of it, that the European Commission launched one day before the International Women's Day, the Roadmap for Women's Rights and the report on gender equality for 2025, with the main statement to be to reaffirm the European Union's values, engagement and continuity in advancing women's rights, because as you all know, that gender equality, it is not just about fairness, but it is also about, let's say, strengthening the democracy, about driving economic growth and ensuring the security for all. To the next, please. So to emphasize the role of all gender equality committees, but also some broader efforts to this issue, I chose this. Yes, thank you. I chose this graph and some statistics from the report on gender equality that I mentioned before. And in this diagram, it is depicted the employment rates and by sex and the gender employment gap during 2014 to 2023. And as we can see, in 2023, the gender employment gap for the EU as a whole, it is around 10, it has a value about 10%. However, in countries, in Greece, along with Romania and Italy, we can see that the female employment rates are very low, below 60%, and that results on an increasing value of 16% for the gender employment gap in these countries. The next, please. So in response to all these challenges, but also in order to be aligned with the European Commission, the Greek laws of 2023 mandates the establishment of a gender equality and non-discrimination committees in all research institutions and organizations, with the main scope to promote gender equality and prevent discrimination based on gender, ethnicity, religion, disability, or sexual orientation. And our committee was formed, let's say, in the first quarter of 2024. It consists of 11 members, and it is very well balanced across institutes and gender, and it is also a member of the Greek network of gender equality and discrimination committees in research centers. And the aim of this network is to exchange and transfer knowledge and best practices among all the gender equality committees, and also organize some joint events and some other activities. We are, let's say, rarely new members in this network, and also let's say, we will launch very soon our website that I can share with you afterwards. So the next slide, please. The main, let's say, one of the main responsibilities, as also you have heard from the Autogunam Gender Equality Committee, is to revise and to update the gender equality plan that already exists in the organization back to 2021, when this kind of plan was prerequisite for submission and participate to the Europe Horizon project. In order so to, let's say, update this plan to our organization, we shape and structure a questionnaire of different, let's say, separate sectors, and with a general and more specific questions, as well as some open-end questions, that these are the most interesting for us, to, let's say, have an insightful landscape of search about the gender equality. And we distributed this last autumn to all employees of CERT. This was because we want to... No? Hara, the previous one, please. Yes, the previous one. Thank you. This is because we want to assess the current situation at CERT, identifying gaps or weaknesses in gender equality, and based on this, on the outcomes of the questionnaire, we will implement corrective actions to promote equal treatment and set and monitor targets using specific indicators. So to the next, please. Some very initial and draft, let's say, findings I will present to you in the next 2 slides. And as you can imagine, this post-analysis of the questionnaire, it is a very demanding process, and it is still ongoing. And I will focus in some very, let's say, draft first findings. So CERT, it should be an organization full of, let's say, young and fresh people with great innovative ideas, since almost 90% of the respondents are under 50 years old, with 44% below 35 years old and 45% between 35 to 50 years old. As it is expected for a research organization, 80% of the respondents hold postgraduate and PhD degrees, and it is remarkable and notable that women were more likely to hold postgraduate degrees. Next, please. On the other hand, we can see that only 10% of the respondents have permanent position, while, let's say, the majority of the employees work with contracts that are renewed each year. And when we come to the supervision roles, whether leading, let's say, small or larger groups, we can see that there is a disparity, a gender disparity, with 48% of men hold such positions. Next, please. One of the most significant to the committee, let's say, finding, it is that only 14% of the respondents have taken parental leave, and this is either due to the nature of the contract or because they are not aware of this kind of leaves. I think this finding, it is highlighted the urgent need of a human resources office inside our organization. And regarding the work-life balance support, I think that a fair, let's say, percentage feel supported. And however, some of them pointed out that even though there exist some policies, they are not always effectively implemented. And this is again highlighted that there is a gap between policy and practice. The next slide, please. So moving to the gender representation in leadership, again, also in CERT, as we noticed in Otugunam, we can see that there is a gap in leadership position, with only 35% believing that women frequently hold leadership roles. Let's say to a more positive aspect and note, around 40% of the respondents perceive a gender balance within the organization, but the 1/3 of the employees believed that still there are some barriers to career advancement for women and minorities. And last but not less important, let's say, the 1/4 of respondents reported some witnessing or experiencing, let's say, some inappropriate jokes or comments directed to women and minorities. Next, please. So, taking into account these findings, but also when we compile, let's say, and complete the post-analysis of the questionnaire, and after integrated all these findings into a report and a presentation that will be given to the board of our directors, we will proceed to the update of the gender equality plan that has to be aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the European Institute for Gender Equality guidelines, and also the UNICEF framework. And next slide, please. And we have to immediately, let's say, take some actions to encourage women participation in high-level committees, but also encourage women to lead research projects. Also, we would like to monitor gender distribution in hiring and promotions, to, of course, introduce flexible working hours by including also parental leave options and teleworking policies, to publish annual gender audits and make this data available. And also very important, we have to include anonymous reporting mechanisms and confidential support services to provide compulsory gender-based violence training for all staff and researchers, and track these related data. So, concluding, I would like Yes, I would like to mention that gender equality, it is not just a woman's issue, it is, let's say, a societal priority, and we have to work all together in order to create an inclusive and equitable research environment for all of us, for all of our organizations. To this, I want to thank you for your attention, and I am available for your question and discussion. Thank you very much.
Dear Eleni, dear Oya Hocam, thank you for such an engaging and informative presentations. I would like to finalize my part with a question. So first questions from my side. I would like to ask these questions two of you. Where do you think the biggest gap in gender equality in research lies? I mean, particularly in Turkey, in Greece. What we actually need in policy and governance level?
Eleni, can you hear us?
Yes, I thought that the question was for the previous.
For two of you, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe first you can,
Okay.
then Hocam also, Eleni, yeah.
So, could you please repeat your question?
Of course. Where do you think the biggest gap in gender equality in research lies? I mean, particularly in Greece.
As I mentioned, there are a gap, let's say, first of all, in the education level, because when we arrive, let's say, in the in PhD or postdoc, let's say, position, we can find out that there are, from the beginning, there are fewer, let's say, women and females in this sector. So we have, to my opinion, it is not only a matter of research policy, but it is a matter of, let's say, a broader social, let's say, issue, and also from the first step of a woman, from family, from school, that we have to learn that we are capable of doing everything in every sector.
Yeah, it's a great answer. Thank you.
So
yeah.
Oya is not here, actually. So obviously in a women's workshop, let's say that womanly jobs kick in, and then her daughter
Yes.
was sick, so she has to go and take her. So this is the situation. So from the gender equality plan, maybe I can say, like, I was a member of the gender equality committee for Otto Gunam. And then after all of this, so we had a new initiative that is called Women in Economics Initiative in Turkey. So I had a chance to interview a lot of women. So I think one is obvious, right? So women is doing a lot of housework and unpaid work that they have to take in. So where is the time to be in politics, and sometimes in research that you have to work for extended hours. So our time is limited on this, I guess. The other one is, I do think that this is a demand and a supply problem at the same time. I'm being an economist in here. So why is it a demand problem? So it might be like the demand for women researchers might be limited as well. But in a way, we sometimes don't want to be in hostile environments as well. I don't say that, for example, in SolarHub, we have a great environment. Nothing is hostile and so forth. But then, I mean, I experienced this whenever I had to be in a panel, for example, with men. I feel a little bit, I don't know, so with little words in here, like mentioning that you're a young woman, for example, it feels like you don't know much of that as well. So this might be like little glimpse in here. So I do think that we have to, so coming up together becomes very important. So sometimes we come together with women and then we understand that we share the same problems. It's very difficult for us. And then we empower us as well. So then we would like to be more in panels. So maybe would like to broadcast ourselves more, increase our visibility more. So I do think that this kind of webinars are very useful. So both for solar research and research in general. Thank you.
Can I comment not on Pinar's, let's say, but the question that probably it could be, let's say, indicative also. How many men are participating in this workshop? How many men
Actually,
attend this workshop?
Michael,
there was
Please
George
raise
and
your
Onur was
hand.
here.
yeah, Michael
Because
is here.
this is,
I'm proud of
let's
him.
say, yeah.
Hi.
Hello,
Onur.
Onur. I do not know how many we are. Let's say 5% of or 10% are men. I do not know. Probably we can, let's say,
It's around
find out.
3 to 5 men every time, let's say.
Yeah. Okay.
Overall, less than 10%, I'm afraid, yes.
So we are listening to ourselves again. Eh? Perfect.
Currently, I
Yes,
think
thank
we
you,
are 5
George.
or
You are
6.
here. To save the
I had to
situation.
disconnect for a part of the webinar, but I reconnected half an hour
To
ago.
the right moment. Perfect.
Just to increase the number of men.
Yes, yes.
Maybe we can say that women can build the future of solar industry. It shows that we are here, so solar industries includes women. So yeah, it was great, informative. So thank you.
Since this question was raised, I would like, it's a great fuss to give the floor to our coordinator, Professor Derek Baker, who wants to have some few words as ending this webinar. So Derek, as a main representative of this consortium, please, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. So let me just do one thing. So over this webinar, I was collecting some pictures, and hopefully this is going to show. Do you see my screen with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, we do.
Can you confirm? Yes. Okay. So for me, I'd like to thank all the organizers for this. This was organized as a bottom-up activity. I did not suggest it. I did not consider the organization. It came out really, really nicely. And this is one reason why I think SolarHub works really, really well, is we have a lot of women who work really, really hard. So I'm going to show you a few pictures I collected. These are quite easy to collect because this is common. So this is from a meeting in September of 2023. And you look, and I think just visually you say, well, there's probably more than half women here. This is from our meeting last July. And again, you skim through this and you see probably more than at least 50%, maybe more than 50% representation here in SolarHub. This is from a site visit we had to an agri-PV site also in July. And this is our 17 female contingents. All of them work really, really hard, really, really effectively, and they add a lot of value. We had some discussions about women in decision-making positions. So this is from a steering committee, our 51st steering committee meeting on the 21st of January. So starting from the top left, Hande is the project manager, and she's the lead for work package 5. You met Essen, who's co-leading work package 1 with owner. Salen here in the top right, also Abru in the bottom right, representing Tubitak, who's leading task 1.3. We have Hara, who you also met. She's leading work package 2. We have Vasiliki, she's leading work package 3, and significantly work package 3 is our technical work package. We have 5 work packages, work package 3 is technical. Vasiliki is leading this. We have 4 tasks. 2 of the tasks are also led by women. One is being led by Duygu, and the other one is being led by Rosie. I also saw that Rosie was here. And so we have a lot of women who are in decision-making processes, and this is really making us strong. Finally, this is our Solar Sparks program. And so the Solar Sparks is to develop and mentor young students. And so the idea was conceived by Abru here. It was implemented by Pinar, which is here. And these are three of the Solar Sparks who came to our GA meeting. And so I like this story because Abru, again, conceived the idea. Pinar was the one who implemented. Pinar came to me and said, Derek, let's do this. I said, it's not explicitly in the DA. We don't have funding. I'm concerned it's going to be, and it's distraction. If you want to do this, don't ask me for any money or help. So Pinar did this by herself. It turned out really, really, really nicely. I actually used this in a follow-up proposal. And so I think SolarHub works to a large extent because the women work and they do this in a bottom-up manner, just like happened for this webinar. And so I'd like to thank all the females in SolarHub because your contributions are very much valued. And it's definitely making this project stronger. So thank you.
Thank you, Derek.
Thank you, Derek Hocam.
So, if anyone has any questions, now we can proceed to the discussion. We can keep it a bit short because we are a bit ahead of time, but yeah, feel free to raise your hands. And so I will start with a short question to Marina, if she's still here. So Marina mentioned that there is a mentorship program starting in April. How many people can attend it, and are applications open, and to who is the target audience of these mentoring programs? I mean, could we register some people from our labs still, or should we wait for the next one?
Hey, thank you for the question, Cara. The registration is now closed because we're starting in April, but it will last like 4 months. I will try to. If you or someone else is interested, maybe you can just contact me and or maybe send us an email. I will put on the chat our email, and maybe we can try to fit you in for the mentorship program. This is a program focused just the target audience for mentees is well, are women or and other underrepresented genders. It's not men, and but mentors can be all genders. So we're trying to expand and to kind of have connections between all people in the sector, and yeah, it's more focused on for like early stage. People, early stage researchers, but there's also, if for example, there's also mentees that are in their mid-career that maybe they want to change a bit their work or something, so it can help also to other people. And if it's true that it's more focused on people who's working on concentrated solar, because for example, if you're expecting to connect with mentors who have worked on PV, you're not going to find that. It's more on concentrated solar energy. But of course, you're very welcome to send me an email, and we will try to feed you in for this mentorship. It's starting in April. So if it's this week, I can try to feed you in, and everyone is welcome.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. It's a great idea, and we can stay in touch to see if someone from SolarHub could join this program. Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
Thank you, Cara.
Any other questions from the audience? Yes, Eleni.
I just want to ask Pinar if you are still in the Gender Equality Committee of Autogunam.
Yeah,
Yes?
I am, Eleni.
Okay,
Yes,
probably we can have, let's say, a bilateral call with some of our members, of CERT member and Autogunam members, because we are in this process of, let's say, updating the general quality plan, and
would be
probably
great.
we can, yes, we can have your suggestions, and since you are, as I can imagine, a committee that was found earlier than ours, probably you can share with us your, let's say, best practices and some lessons learned. And I do not know
Sure, and
if you
some
want
difficulties as well.
also to use our questionnaire, that actually I find it very, very helpful and insightful. So it would be nice, let's say, in the framework of SolarHub, to start this collaboration. For us, it will be valuable. Thank
Would
you.
be great. Actually, some news from SolarHub as well. So when we came together with Umut and Hande, so we were discussing about the gender equality plans and how useful they are, and what we actually had many difficulties as well when we try to implement it. So we were thinking like, so maybe we can discuss about like the gender equality plans, and Umut as a gender expert can help us, the consortium members, about their gender equality plans and suggest some ways to update them. So this might be nice as well, but I mean, we are willing to come together too. Thank you so much, Eleni.
Thank you.
I think I would like to ask a question for all of you who wants to answer, because you know, in Gündar, in SolarHub project, we are always making lots of organizations, meetings, and sometimes we talk about with each other that participation of women speakers, women leadership in this project is important. But in generally solar PV sector and thermal sector, I would like to ask you that. I would like to get your opinion. What steps can be taken to increase the participation of women in leadership, board of members in solar companies, and also speaker as a conference, as a lead moderator, and goes on? What strategies should be developed and encourage their involvement? I mean, I would like to get your opinion. It's important because sometimes when we organize some meetings and some conference, we are getting some hard times to find a women leaders, speakers. So I would like to ask you that. It's a general question for everyone.
If you don't mind, I can just start answering this because, for example, from our organization, this is one of the first things we thought. We were seeing events where speakers were all men. So what can we do to change this? We need to change this because that's not true that there's no women to attend these or to be speakers. So for us, I know this is a kind of a limited for concentrated solar, but there's something that I'm sure it can be done for also all solar energy, because we have some expert database. Just to answer this, it's just to have a tool open for everyone, where you can go, and if you're organizing an event, you're organizing a webinar, and you need female speakers, you can go and check this expert database. You can filter by sectors of working, if you're working on thermal energy, if you're working on towers, wherever. And you can also filter language spoken, for example, which is quite important sometimes. So we need to give tools available for everyone to avoid these excuses that okay, there's no women for this. This is the first part. Maybe we can start to talk about building a big expert database about all the solar sector for women. And also, I think this morning you were talking about this also, but I think positive discrimination, it's one of the things that can be done here. I cannot just say, okay, I'm okay. I'm going to be comfortable with having 5 speakers and 5 men. I mean, this is now not 15th century. It's 21st century. We need to have this this kind of positive discrimination. And once we have more visibility, I think it will help us also to go to these leadership roles, and then also to have in mind the circumstances and the conditions for women that are not like available for going into a step further and become CEOs, because when we achieve also at home 15% of share of the house responsibilities with children and so on, when men have the same, then more women can also become directors or CEO. This is my opinion. But free, yeah.
Marina, I think it was encouraging, and I totally agree with you. Yeah, I believe in that. It's up to us to make those women more visible, because they're out there. We would like to see, then we can see. So sometimes when we organize these meetings, my team and I always choosing the right woman part, board of chairs and managers, CEOs, and this is important to bring them on the forefront in the events. We can make us this visible. So I agree with you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. For example, I have also other question to talk about or debate. For us, it's you have been talking about the engaging of men in this event. For us, it's been not difficult because we're a small sector, so a lot of men know about women in concentrated solar, but it's been difficult to engage them a bit further. I mean, they sure know about us and so on, but they are not very involved in with us. So how can we just involve them more, or what would be something that can be more interesting for them to engage them? We're struggling a bit with that, but I think all of women organizations are the same.
Okay, so many hands now. Let's go to Hande.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add, I think in regard to the continuity, it's I liked that Eleni mentioned that, especially in the research infrastructures in Greece, it was mandatory to have such a committee of interest, whereas as you can see, especially in Turkey and other EU-related countries, the interest for gender equality plans have risen due to the requirement as per the projects requiring gender equality plans altogether. So I think it would be nice that this culture is instigated in itself, but sometimes mandatory requirements also help to improve the quotas, improve the overall enactment of activities as well. So thank you so much, and thank you for all the wonderful contributions.
And Eleni, you raise your hand, or is it from before?
Sorry, it was from the last time. Sorry.
Okay. Fine. Any other questions from the people here?
Actually, I have a question for Marina. So, Marina, do you have any male members
Yes, we
or is
have.
it? Oh,
Yeah,
you
we
do?
have,
Because
but they are not,
okay,
as I was saying, they're not very
okay.
like involved.
Because yeah, I mean, I don't remember the institution, but I was involved in a geothermal energy project. So I remember specifically that we were looking for a women organization. And I remember like a male partner saying like, I'm actually a member of an organization. And I felt that they were very enthusiastic. So I know that not everyone is very positive about involving men, because they're involved in everything. So maybe some people had the tendency to believe that they're not needed in here. It's supposed to be like a women job. But I feel like when they feel more included, it might be better. And then for the Women Initiative in Turkey as well. So when we were working on it, so one of the first thing that was said by men was like, we are not invited here. We are out of the group. And then we said like, no, you're not out of the group. You're the part of the solution. But I feel like when they feel more included, I don't know if you have to put more emphasis on this, but it might be useful. But then seems like it didn't work in your case.
Well, we did have at the beginning of the association a big debate about okay, should we let them to be part of us? Should we let them to be part of the leadership team? But then no men wanted to be part of the leadership team. So okay, it was like close discussion. We don't have them. But it's also women. We have been lots of years being we have been always apart and not included in a lot of things. So from men now they should understand that the focus is not to let them apart, is for them to help us and to help us gain equality. So it's like not the time now for them to think, oh, I'm not part of it. Like we have been left apart for so many years. Now we just want a bit of visibility. We don't want to steal anything from you. We don't want to steal your jobs. We're fucking awesome. I mean, I'm sorry for that, but we can do our jobs. We just want a bit of help and understanding, and that's also okay. Yeah, I can understand that. Okay, if you don't integrate men, we're not so involved. Yeah, but this is like climate change. It's happening, and you can do something about it, or you cannot do anything. But this is something is happening. So with inequalities, they are happening. If you want to take part and help to for all to have same rights, it's your choice. I mean, I don't want to be very um like very harsh or something, but we all need to be in the team, the same team.
Okay. So if we don't have any more comments or questions, I think it's time to summarize this event. It was really, really helpful to listen to all the presenters from gender equality committees to podcast creation or to all the background of gender equality general ideas. I would like to really thank everyone for their contribution, all the presenters, all the chairs, all the people behind the camera, let's say, who helped for this webinar. And it's a very good start for SolarHub and for other projects to for just starting webinar, and we see that it has a very big impact. So we can continue with more events and more gender equality plans for our projects and for our institutions. thank you everyone again, and I hope we will see you in the next one. And we will keep in touch with all the institutions talking here to continue our networking and improve our impact and our empowering genders and especially women in solar energy. So thank you all, and see you in the next one.
Dear Hara, would
Thank
it be
you.
okay if we take a good group picture, if everyone is visible in their cameras? That would be at least good. Sorry.
Thank you.
So if you're available, everyone, please do feel free to open your cameras. The more the joy, the more the better. There. Thank you. So 1, 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, dear Hara. See you. And